Morning, everyone. Why don't we do a head count? I'm missing one member, and I'm trying to figure out who it is. Councillor Armour. Is Councillor Armour logged on? Bristol? Okay.
Yes, he is.
Oh, there he is. He just hasn't, and there he is. Okay, good morning, everyone. Looks like we have a fairly long day, so hopefully everybody has their snacks beside them. I will call the meeting to order. I will confirm we have quorum and everyone is present. And I will ask Councillor Armour to read the land acknowledgement statement this morning.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe under the terms of the Robertson-Huron Treaty number 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaty of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity on our sacred places, and take actions towards the real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walk in the path together in respect, peace, and harmony of future generations.
Thanks for that. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Withey and seconded by Councillor Armour. It is recommended that the General Committee meeting agenda dated Wednesday, March 30th, 2022 be adopted as printed and circulated. All in favor? That carries. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Withey?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to have to actually relinquish the chair to you as well. 6.1.4, I have a conflict. This is a family member. I also just wanted to point out that the name is spelled wrong on this. But anyway, that's my conflict.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, Your Worship. I don't necessarily have a conflict anywhere here, but as I mentioned earlier, my internet is cutting in and out, the password, I tried to phone in as well. The password is not recognized. It's telling me the number is invalid, even though I've entered it several times. So I just may not be all that present at times here this morning. Just wanted to give you a heads up. So maybe anything that I'm responsible for it might be advisable if you were to chair that one as well. Thanks.
Okay, thanks for that. And we'll see how things go, and maybe everything will run smoothly, or we'll see. We'll play it by ear. Thanks for that. Council, just before we start into the meeting agenda, I just wanted to mention one of our residents who passed away this past week was Linda Dronzika, and I'm sure many of you know her as the Flower Lady. She was a member of the Horticultural Society and spent many, many years beautifying our town, and she will be missed. And I just wanted to pass our condolences along to Stan and the family, and to thank Linda for all of the cheer that she brought to our town through the gardens and everything. I think she will really be missed. So just wanted to mention that. And now we will move on to deputations. And our first one is from the Clark Lane Owners Initiative. Shelley Martin and Terry Suter are with us. And I believe they have a PowerPoint. Ladies, welcome.
Thank you very much. We're happy to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Bear with me a second. Okay.
Good morning. I'm Shelley Martin. I think most of you know Terry, and we're here on behalf of the Clark Lake Association. Thank you for having us. So the Clark Lake Association is requesting the municipality apply for a vessel operation restriction regulation, or VORR, on Clark Lake Chaffee Ward through the Ministry of Transportation. And this is a resident-led initiative to ask the town to codify a long-standing no motors agreement on the lake. And until recently, the no motorboat agreement has not been challenged. The legislation will provide a tool to the OPP for enforcement. There's no cost to apply. The application will require staff time, and only the town can apply for the designation. The town does not require consent of the residents, but the residents have done substantial legwork to document neighborhood consent and have done substantial research to find and identify the solutions. And we're looking at environmental and safety concerns.
So this is a map just taken from the Town of Huntsville mapping system, which is fantastic with all the layers and information you can find there. Just to give an idea of perspective, the little tiny arrow way up here on the screen, this is Clark Lake. There's two little parts to it. It's very small and shallow. This is Lake Wasiosa in this area here. And to give it some perspective, this is part of Lake Vernon down here. So it's located in Chaffee, just within the town confines, and it's very small. And this is an aerial map of zoomed in on the same area, just so you can see how actually natural it is. There are two sides to Clark Lake. I'm going to call it halves, even though the half on the east is smaller than the half on the west. You can see here that with the property lines, I don't know if you can see my mouse, there it is. This large parcel here is all natural, and it's under a forest management program. Forest management program through Ontario is a big umbrella of programs. This particular one is to preserve and protect wildlife. And this whole shoreline on the west half, or sorry, the west side of the west half is got alders, which cleanse the water by putting a lot of nitrogen in to help other aquatics. And they are in favor of this, of what we are proposing today. This other large chunk here is the campground. They have significant shoreline. And then there's a few properties here on the south side of the west half. Those are accessed through Muskoka Glens Road. These properties on this side are accessed through Tambrook Lane, and then all of these properties are accessed through Shoemaker Lane. And this long skinny one is under Muskoka Conservancy. So just a little bit of history. It won't surprise you that I'd like to give you a little history. As I said, there's 4 access routes into Clark Lake. Only one of them, Old Centurion Road, is a town maintained road. The other 3, Muskoka Glens, Tambrook Lane, and Shoemaker Lane, are maintained by us residents. They're private roads. So that means that we take our garbage out to the road, and our recycling. We're a lot of recycling here, and also that we maintain them year round. We have loads of gravel come in, we flatten it, we grade it to keep a grade in it, we snow blow them, we share the cost of these, and it works out pretty well. We have some pretty good roads in here out south Wasiosa Lake Road. To give you some idea of how long people have lived here, I'm trying to get this mouse working. It's giving me a little bit of trouble. Oh, there it is. This big chunk here that I mentioned earlier, that's a forest management property, has been in the same ownership for 23 years. That's the only property accessed by Old Centurion Road. This is a Muskoka Glens Road. 2 of these lots have been in the same family for 30 years. The next one is 42 years. The camp, as you know, recently changed ownership, and that's been, they're wonderful people there. In here, Tambrook, where we go in Tambrook, these 2 lots are owned by the same family for 40 years. And this one down at the far end has been 58 years. And interestingly, when I spoke to that owner, he told me that he bought that lot for $400 58 years ago. I thought that was an interesting point. And then when you come up to come in Shoemaker Lane, you come into these properties here. The oldest property owners on the lake are these ones here, 2 brothers at 73 years, 31, 30, 20, and then 18. The residency is about half and half year round, half seasonal. That's a change from 20 years ago when we moved out here. It was much different. So there are a lot of pressures now on our lake just by development and infill. Oh, one other thing I wanted to mention. This, there's a little tiny bridge here that goes across to access the camp. You can fit a canoe or a kayak, or if you're lying down, stand-up board through there. And it was one of the considerations when the campground was formed in the 70s that stayed open. You could not fit anything through there that had any kind of a draw or any kind of height to the vessel. And then the water, this is all spring fed, and the water flows out here into Wasiosa.
So last summer, a neighbor, Carol, and I went around the lake to ask people to join the association. This is just a sample membership form. The thing of note we want to say on the bottom is we asked people, or we told people we would not share their email with anyone or any organization. And we had lots and lots of support. And then this is the one we asked people to sign saying that they agreed with the no motorboat status. At that time, we didn't know the exact wording of the VORR, but everybody was in favor of the no gas motors on the lake.
So just a breakdown of how we got this information is the number of properties on each access road, whether or not they signed the form or agreed by email, because with seasonal people and COVID, some people weren't up, so we have only got their agreement by email. And also we have a change here that one of the properties that had been sold is the 3 stars at the bottom in the comments. We have met the new owner. She is a year-round resident, and there's 2 cottages. There's a cottage and a guest house on that property, and they both will be used by the family, and they are in agreement. So we got to meet somebody new. And this is just from the District of Muskoka about Clark Lake. It says the maximum depth is 5 meters. I actually think that's a high estimate for the depth of this lake. It's very, very shallow. And we have provided some comparisons. For instance, Lake of Bays is 70 meters. It's very shallow, and there's lots of information that is readily available through all of these various sources that has already been done in terms of research. So some of these are provided to assist with the application of how to find what you need to know. As in terms of the watershed, and this is from Muskoka Watershed Report Card, it's the head of the quaternary watershed, the Little East River. It's cold spring fed, and the health of our lake impacts all the water downstream in the watershed.
This is just a page from the Muskoka Watershed Report. Basically, think Muskoka, think water, and basically it's saying all our lives utterly depend on water, and we need to look after it.
So we also had, questioned the use of riparian species. I had to look that up, so I put the what it means down in the bottom, but this is a direct quote from the Muskoka Watershed Report Card. And I know that I caught some of you guys meeting on Monday evening, and Deputy Mayor Alcock was talking about the Muskoka Watershed Report Card, and that there was a new idea that there was salt runoff from roads can impact the algae blooms. So we don't have that because we have no salt treated roads being private roads. So again, this is from the report card. It's again readily available. The source is there. It just talks about the fragmentation, invasive species, phosium, and if there's species at risk. In this particular one, which is not the most up-to-date report, it's the most up-to-date one online. It's not the one that was just presented at district, but monarch butterflies are at risk. So this slide has an addition in it as well. Why now? Why do we need to do this now if we've had this 50-year long-standing agreement? People that have lived on this lake for a very long time say that there was an agreement when the campground was developed into a campground, and nobody can find it. I looked for years, but that was no problem because nobody was non-compliant. However, we've recently had a property change hands that did not go through a selling process where we would be able to see that it was listed no motorboats. It changed hands internally. And I put in a pull from a letter that accompanied the request for severance, which I'm sure some of you will recall, Councillor Weave and Deputy Mayor Alcock for sure. We also had not just that one property, but we have renters now on the lake through various programs. And we did have an occasion where a renter decided to run a motorboat on our tiny little lake, and they were really nice about it. They just didn't know. But if they hadn't have been nice about it, we would have had no recourse to get them to stop. There's no way to enforce it.
This is a sample real estate listing from 2021, but as far as all of us know on the lake, almost every property sold basically says that Clark Lake is a no motorboats lake. And this was put on an application form to the association from someone who's been on the lake a very long time, but basically it says years ago, we tried and did get everyone in agreement to no motorboats on the lake.
I think it's important too that it says that because there's very little turbidity in this lake, it's doesn't get very wavy, that it causes an oil slick and it interferes with human enjoyment as well as the environment. So environmentally, wetlands are important. I mean, I don't think I need to belabor that point with council and committee. We've been hearing this from the Watershed Council for a very long time. Lots of these statistics and animals and things are available through Ontario Nature, and I've included the links to those documents as well, which I hope will assist if we are successful in getting this application to move forward. There's also safety rationales because there is no public access to Clark Lake. We understand that any recreational activity on water has inherent risks of drowning or injury, but we do believe that when you add a power boat to that mixture, that the increased speed and the whirling prop can increase the severity of said injuries through being thrown or cut. So the ability of emergency services to attend in such a situation is limited because there is no place to launch a boat and there's no public access. I did also point out that in the VORR, there is a section in it under the section we do wish to, we've found that we think is the right one through a consultation with our representative at Transport Canada, and the restriction don't apply if someone is performing a rescue or preventing damage to property. So it's not an unreasonable, unattainable request, we don't think.
So social rationales, pretty obvious. Neighbors do not want to police their neighbors, creates hostility, and the VOR supplies enforceable legislation for the police. And this is an email that I got from Nicole McMillan at Transport Canada, and basically was instructing us how we had to go about this. So in the first line, an application can only be made by the municipality or township. And then she also went on to tell us which schedule we would have to use in terms of what we're limiting. And then applications have to be submitted once a year to the office, usually by mid-August.
So this slide is also an update. We since found out that Schedule 3 suits, which is great that we've been able to narrow it down through working with Nicole McMillan. Thank you to our member who did that for us. The Schedule 3 would cover all of our needs, and it's laid out there what is allowed and what is not allowed. There are a lot of resources that go with the application that are readily available. The local authorities guide is a 19-page or is a 35-page document, and the signage guide is 19 pages. We ascertain that because there is no public access, we do not need signage on Clark Lake. That's for people to be told, hey, you can't put a motorboat in here, but there's no launch, so it should not be needed. If it is needed as an association, we will pay for that, install it, and maintain it to the town's satisfaction.
So in conclusion, the Clark Lake Association requests that General Committee direct assigned staff to lead this resident-driven initiative and to come back to committee on their findings. As this is time sensitive, we'd like it to come back to committee by the end of April or May. If council agrees, we request the application for a VOR on Clark Lake submitted by the town of Huntsville by the end of July 2022. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And we'd just like to thank you for your time and through you, Mayor Terziano, and ask for any questions. We've had a lot of assistance from information that's readily available online, and we have attempted to do the necessary research to whittle that down to something manageable for staff. Oh, and we certainly would like to thank our association members and property owners. Many of them are watching this, and they've been very, very helpful. The photograph in this slide is down at the north side of top end, north end of the west side of the lake, and you can see the lily pads and all the little beaver trails in there.
Thank you.
Okay, if you'll stop sharing your screen, then I can see all of council again, and I can see some hands up already. So I'm going to start with Councillor Withy.
Thank you, Your Worship. This falls into the category of a no-brainer for me. I think that this needs to happen. I did have a couple of questions. I think you answered them. One I noted in your, I forget, it was Form 3 or whatever. I was going to ask about electric motors, but I see that this is covered off because the start of your presentation said gasoline. And I think with all the new changes to technology, we're going to see larger electric motors, but I guess that's covered off. And my second question was about signage, and you covered that off as well. So you have my full support.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, ladies, for your presentation. It's like Councillor Withy, also a no-brainer for me. And I really appreciate the thorough report. You really covered everything that that would, raise a question or whatever. It's an excellent, great report, actually. And in the last picture, it's sort of interesting. Is part of the lake sort of skirted by wetlands? That last picture, it looked a bit like that. And again, it's a no-brainer. You've done all of the work. Happy to support this. And how long, do you have an idea of how, if we pass it today and get the process going, how long do you think it would take? Do you have any sense?
Is our mic on? Yes.
Sure.
Nicole said about 2 years from the time we apply this summer.
And
Wow, that's a long
Yeah.
time.
Yeah,
so that's if we get it in by August.
Yeah.
If we don't get
Okay.
it in by
it's
August,
another, yeah.
that's
So-
why.
so
That's why.
The time is of the essence. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Okay, all right. You most definitely have my support. Thank you for all the work.
Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Chair Terziano. Hello, Terry. Nice to see you. Shelley, thank you very much. Great presentation, as everybody said. Yeah, it makes total sense to me. I did have a question, though. I think you mentioned that a few years ago you went through the same process with another council. I think you said that to try and get this done. And do you know why at that time, why that council wouldn't approve it?
Yeah, it wasn't, I wasn't even on the lake then, and I've been on the lake 30 years. So I think a few residents maybe put something together and went into town, but there's no record of it. Like,
well, so what I've been told by some of those long-term owners, that like the one that's been there, paid $400 for their lot, and the brothers at 73 years. What I've been told is that it was agreed, and it was written into the application to make the campground property commercial, that they would keep the bridge open so that the water flowed through the two sides and that there would be no gasoline motors. One of the brothers was apparently coupled with somebody who worked at the town at that time. That was a bylaw, but it was before digitization. Nobody can find any record of this. And I looked and I had help looking, and there's nothing there. And even if it was a bylaw, it's not attached to the property. So every time, if it's a bylaw, town can't enforce it because they don't have the means, or the waterway isn't their purvey. And also, every time bylaws get rescinded or changed, or sweeping changes, they don't necessarily transfer with the property. And we're really interested in protecting the water for the future, like for the long-term future. And we're at the head of that system. We think it's really important.
Well, that's great. Well done. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Chair Terziano, Terry and Shelley, thank you for all your efforts and hard work and great presentation, and it's definitely something I could support. So kudos to you.
Thank you.
Councillor Schumacher?
Thank you through your worship, and good to see you, Terry, and thank you for the presentation, Terry and Shelley. I guess for me, I have an in with a previous counselor who I kind of reached out to, and his 32 years on council, he kind of seemed to think that Clark Lake had always been a non-motorized lake. So I guess I'm just thinking this is again a no-brainer as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Shelley. Terry, certainly, Terry, you know the process. This will be dealt at a long way down in the agenda, and you're welcome to hang around and watch. I suspect it'll be quite some time, but you will receive official notification of any motions that council passes today.
If I may, your worship, I just wanted to add one thing. As Councillor Shoemaker was talking, I was thinking about this may, if council sees their way forward to allow this to happen using staff resources, it may be a protocol that other lakes in the area can use too. So it may be a good investment in that way, not just for the residents of Clark Lake, but for the residents of other small lakes. I just wanted to mention that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for being here and your presentation, and we'll get to it eventually.
Bye. Nice to see you guys.
Okay, our first invited and ceremonial presentation is the Economic Development Strategy from Think Compass. And I am looking for Gerald Hyzarowski, Tony Romano, Luigi Presta, and Seema Singh, or any part of those. Kirsten's lit up. She's probably going to do a proper introduction.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, we're very pleased today to have the draft economic development strategy to be presented by our consultant group, Think Compass. I believe Gerald Hyzarowski, Tony Romano, and Luigi Presta are all here. I haven't seen Seema in the list, but I will let them take it away because there's a lot of information to present. So thank you.
Okay, gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. It's Jerry Hyzarowski here and fellow councillors. I just want to share my screen, but I'm not quite sure how to handle that. I'm wondering if the clerk could help me with that.
If you want me, I can bring it. This is Tony Romano. I can bring it up.
That'd be great.
If I can be allowed to share the screen.
Should get up to the front.
Okay.
Great. Well, good morning, Madam Mayor and committee, council, and committee members. What we'd like to do this morning is give you a bit of a brief overview on the economic development strategy that we just completed for the town of Huntsville. Next slide, please, Tony. The overview, the presentation this morning, want to touch on about 5 areas. One is the strategic context for the strategy, give you some idea of the development process that we went into, a summary of the key findings, a brief discussion on goals, objectives, and actions, and then some thoughts on building capacity. Next slide, please. When we look at the strategic context, clearly Muskoka's scenic beauty, extensive waterfront, and world-famous Algonquin Park has made Huntsville a popular retreat for tourists and seasonal residents alike. The town's economy is primarily based on tourism, recreation, and the service sector, and that while tourism is welcomed by all businesses, there is a desire to diversify and thereby reduce the impact that the resulting seasonality has on the local economy. The creation of this economic development strategy is seen as the town's next step towards greater economic diversification. Next slide. Just to give you an idea of what we set out to do, our process. Initially, we prepared a situation analysis to examine the current economic conditions, looked at expected trends, local policies, In an attempt to identify opportunities for economic diversification, we prepared a vision and mission statement that reflects the aspirations of the town and developed a series of goals, objectives, and strategies to build capacity and support diversification, and then prepared an action plan that essentially provides the town with a roadmap to help direct the implementation of the strategy. Next slide. The process for developing the strategy is really based on 4 pillars. First, we worked with a project steering committee made up of council representative, economic development representative, and some private sector participants. As I mentioned before, we did a situation analysis that looked at the economy, provided an overview, highlighted key economic themes and trends. We looked at best practices, looked at companion studies and other policy documents to get a sense of what all is happening in this area with respect to rural economic development. And then shared stakeholder consultation. We spoke with a number of residents, both public and private sector representatives in the community to get a better feel for the issues and the themes and some of their objectives. Next slide. In terms of the mission statement and the vision statement, we relied on your official plan, which seemed to focus fairly strongly on the economy. And in terms of the mission statement, we felt that to build a strong local economy, which is sustainable, diverse, and inclusive. With respect to the vision statement, aspirations for the town, a strong, diverse, and resilient economy that provides residents and visitors with a community to grow multi-generational families and embrace healthy activities in a beautiful and safe settings. Next slide. Just to give you an idea of a summary of some of the key findings, Huntsville's current population is just over 21,000 and has grown by 6.7% since 2016. And it accounts for about 32% of the population within Muskoka. And this hasn't changed much since the last census. When you look at the population and the growth within the district, the town-based population grew by 3.6%, while the townships experienced a collective increase of 21%. When we look at labor force, population between the ages of 20 and 59, 43%, it makes up 43% of the population in Muskoka district. That compares to 48% at the provincial level. And another statistic that's of particular interest is that young people under the age of 14 make up 12.6% of the population. But if you look at the provincial level, this number is much higher, it's 16%. Next slide. Based on the analysis and based on the data that we looked at, the District of Muskoka has a labor force that is shrinking and aging. And we believe that this could pose a significant barrier to regional economic growth and diversification. The other statistics that's of concern is the relatively low number of young people, combined with low immigration into the area. And it suggests that the area will face challenges to grow its labor force and economy. The dependency on the tourism and accommodation and food services sector is also problematic because not all of the jobs that were lost during COVID-19 have been recovered. And some people believe, some analysts believe that that sector, the tourism sector, won't recover until the mid-2024, 2025. Also, what seems to be happening in this sector is a lot of the people who have jobs in food services and accommodation are looking for more stable employment in other sectors. Next slide, please. Both Huntsville and Muskoka have a substantial labor force that is relatively well educated, but appears to be underemployed and therefore underutilized. So the labor force that you do have is fairly significant and it's well educated. The labor participation rate is more than 3 percentage points lower than the provincial rate at its lowest point. Now, it may be that Huntsville is not suffering from a lack of available labor, but rather from a lack of the type of investment that creates full-time, well-paying jobs. So our sense is that your population is increasing, your labor force is increasing slightly. So people are working in the area, but they're working in self-employed, more self-employed occupations. And that's giving them the stability that they require for the long term. Next slide, please. So we looked at trends and best practices, and it's interesting that there was an economic development strategy that was conducted by the federal government for rural Canada. And they found that communities across Canada shared a number of common themes. And I think you'll see these reflected in Huntsville. The need for reliable and affordable high-speed internet and mobile connectivity. I mean, it was an issue for this meeting for some members. A desire to maintain vibrant local economies, a need to attract and retain talent, a need for affordable and attainable housing, a need for new and improved infrastructure, and a need for community capacity to plan and implement improvements and change. Next slide, please. When we engaged in stakeholder consultations, we interviewed 9 representatives from the business community and about 14 representatives from public sector. We spoke with the mayor, members of council, and economic development staff. Each interview lasted about 45 to 60 minutes and covered such topics as sustainable economic development, business development and supply and services, workforce training and development, and support for business attraction, retention, and expansion. Next slide, please. The feedback that we got, the key themes, fell into 5 categories: employment challenges, basically not enough full-time jobs, just lack of employment opportunity, affordable housing challenges, and that's been a factor in trying to attract essentially blue-collar workers. The consensus being that the lack of housing forces them to move into other communities or engage in a fairly long commute. The business and the residential community have a strong affinity for Huntsville and believe the local government is doing a great job, but has some limitations with respect to the resources that they can bring to some of the issues that need to be addressed. We got some thoughts on economic development, business retention and attraction, the notion to work and to develop more collaborative relationships with the existing business community to help them to take advantage of programs and initiatives, but also to take a more proactive approach in investment attraction. And then some suggested actions for improvement. Next slide, please. As a result of the analysis and the stakeholder consultations, we came up with 4 key goals. The first is to strengthen economic development capacity and become more investment ready. And this really focuses on putting in processes that will ensure effective delivery of services, to develop programs that meet the needs of the business community and evolve as industry trends and the demographic needs change. To build a stronger relationship and greater interconnected network with the community, allowing the public and private sectors to collaborate more effectively. Build a foundation that has sufficient resources to complete the action plans. Look at investment readiness and create a plan that encompasses key partners. Develop a strategy to bring more shovel-ready employment lands to the market, to the town. And develop and publicize economic indicators by strengthening communication channels. Next slide, please. Second goal was to encourage community economic development, increase access to employment for equity communities, equity deserving communities, support community-driven pilots that support local problems, strengthen partnerships with post-secondary institutions and not-for-profits, create a hub for professionals and entrepreneurs to support newcomers. drive business recruitment and resident attraction strategies, and develop a comprehensive affordable housing strategy. Next slide, please. Support workforce development and growth, the notion of developing partnerships with institutions and link educational institutions, students to skilled trades training. Program here that many communities leverage is the Ontario Youth Apprenticeship Program. Generate opportunities to highlight employers within the community to local and external job seekers. Generate opportunities to educate job seekers about local job opportunities and highlight incentives for growth, and provide opportunities for employers individually or in groups to invest in their workforce and help from government. Next slide, please. Fourth goal, foster innovation and market the town initiatives. Develop public-private pilot programs to test and support novel business ideas. Develop a comprehensive marketing and communications plan to attract interest in the program and to encourage local entrepreneurs to develop businesses that leverage Huntsville's proximity to the natural environment and contribute to sustainable economic development. Behind these 4 goals was an action plan that identified the initiatives, the strategies, essentially the outcomes, the partners, provided a timeline for these activities and an estimated cost for these activities. And that's included in the strategy document. Next slide, please. And just some thoughts on building capacity and some of the things that could be done. There was some discussion about leveraging remote workers to attract investment. So there are remote workers that are currently operating in Huntsville. There needs to be some kind of an initiative to bring these folks together. And maybe what it is to invite them to an event. And it could be as simple as coffee and donuts for an hour, just to get a better handle on who these folks are, what they're doing, and maybe engage in conversations to see if there are some opportunities from an investment perspective that the town could pursue. Establishing a business concierge service. I mean, one of the things that communities do when new investors come into town is leverage their business community to help these folks understand how to do business in Canada, but also to give them a sense of how to do business in the district and in Huntsville. And this could be folks that are in banking, real estate, corporate law, immigration, that sort of thing. Provide support services to existing businesses. A number of areas here. I mean, one of the things that we already touched on was helping them with programs and initiatives. And this could be a business opportunity for other service providers in the community, helping businesses apply for these grants and applications and incentives. Helping potential businesses that have a product or a service that they believe can be exported and introducing them to the Trade Commissioner service and to help them facilitate. And then to use that as a way of leveraging investment attraction initiatives. Leveraging programs aimed at economic development. I mean, one of the programs that a number of communities have been using very successfully is the Can Export Community Initiatives. And that provides 50-cent dollars to a community interested in developing investment attraction strategies or engaging in missions and investment attraction initiatives, pre-qualified meetings and that sort of thing. And then partnering to build capacity. The notion is that whilst Huntsville is attractive and has strengths, it has greater strengths in a partnership with other communities within the district like Gravenhurst and Bracebridge. And maybe consider leveraging Venture Muskoka to focus more on non-tourism investment attraction. And also to look at organizations like EDCO and EDAC that essentially are bringing economic developers together as a way of getting information on what's happening, getting some insights onto what's happening, and then looking at other ad hoc organizations like the Ontario food cluster that groups communities together to market collectively in the food and beverage processing area. A good model for this, a good model for the partnership and for Venture Muskoka is the Southwestern Ontario Marketing Alliance that's based in Woodstock, but includes communities of Stratford, Chatham, the County of Perth, and Woodstock. Anyway, on that note, I'll leave it for questions and discussion. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, I will just get you, Tony, to stop sharing your screen so that I may see council again. Perfect. And we have some questions. Thank you, gentlemen. That was thorough. Councillor Withey, you're up first.
Oh, thank you, Worship. I thought Deputy Mayor Halcock was up first, but I'll take her spot. Thank you. This is a great report, very comprehensive, lots to work through. Certainly, myself as a business owner in town, I've experienced the challenges of trying to find employees that have the skills that I require. So I really like this. I think there's a lot to go through. It was very well done. So thank you for this.
Thanks very much.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Jerry, for the presentation for sure. I have a few comments and a number of questions. So if the mayor will let me, maybe I could ask a couple and then come back to the others if they haven't been asked by others. So first off, I wanted to say I really do like the idea of the building capacity and building on what you call a business concierge service. I do see there is a void in that, and right now, anytime we get a contact from a member of the community, a business, whatever, and they have an idea, as you suggest, then it's sort of hit and miss. It'll go through a counselor, then to staff, or it'll come to, whatever. It's a bit ad hoc. And so that, I think, is a really interesting idea. I'd like to read more about that. And also their reference to the Southwestern Ontario Marketing Alliance. I've always advocated partnerships. I think that makes a whole lot of sense. I did have a couple of questions about people that you've consulted with, because a number of the recommendations you've talked about, and I'll start with the one is the creation of a business hub. And I don't know if you're aware or if you reached out. In Huntsville, we actually already have a community enterprise hub that has a membership of over 100 businesses. And it does, I think, exactly what you were talking about. So my question with respect to that is if you had reached out to the existing hub and if what you're recommending is different from that, because that would be important to know. The other is you've talked about the labor market study, and it won't be a surprise to anybody here that there are certain areas where we actually have huge holes, like in the construction trades. Everybody who's a builder in the area is really struggling with that. And there was a study done on Muskoka labor market in 2019, and it was actually done from Simcoe Muskoka by Tom Ziz. And I don't know if you actually saw that report, because it touched on a number of the comments that you've raised. And I think there's lots of synergy there, and that would be helpful somehow to extract some of the things from that for your report, because I think they're great points that you've made. My next question, and I promised last for this thing, is you talked about affordable housing, and again, not new to any of us. We've been trying to tackle that for a long time at the district. You've made reference to the district, and you made reference to the need for a completion of an affordable housing strategy. And I was a bit curious about that, because I don't know if you're recommending that the town of Huntsville actually do a separate strategy, because we have more than one from the district. It's always a work in progress because we're constantly trying to find new programs. And most recently looking for partnerships. That's the only way to do it. And trying innovative new approaches. So I feel like if that's what you're recommending, and I wasn't sure if that's what you're recommending. So any comment on that would really be important to me.
Whoa, okay. Let's tackle the affordable housing. I don't have any particular solution for affordable housing, and I don't know that anybody does. I haven't seen anything. It's a serious dilemma, and it's a dilemma that's only going to get exacerbated because what has happened with COVID-19 is remote work is the norm. So people, particularly people who are knowledge workers, don't necessarily want to go into the office. And I don't know if you know, but the president of Sun Life has basically said that she will never go into the office again. So people are looking for options and opportunities, and remote work, I think, is going to be a big feature in everything as things go forward. The problem that poses for communities like Huntsville is that because you have an attractive quality of life, which is becoming even more important, you're attracting these people into the community. And that's driving up your housing prices. So the cost of housing has gone up. I mean, we've been doing work I'm doing work currently in Bruce County and Gray County and other areas. And real estate has gone up by 40–50%. And for local people, it's unattainable. And in some ways, it's what happened in Silicon Valley years ago, where the service providers could no longer afford to live in the valley and basically had to commute long distances. So fundamentally, you're into that issue. I think my sense of it in talking to some of my colleagues about it is that the way houses are being constructed needs to change. And I think we need to somehow think about how to reduce the cost of actually building a house and making them more affordable. And whether that's slab on concrete, whether that's prefab homes, whether that's engaging Royal Homes to do that. I mean, I think the answer lies somewhere in there. I mean, if you think about it, we build homes like we built homes 100 years ago. I mean, there's no difference. The only difference is now we have battery-powered tools where before we were all hand and hand crank things. So I think there are issues there, and I think it's an issue not only of affordability but of accessibility to housing, and essentially the whole notion of there's a continuum. So you just can't be building houses for a population that is not in your resident community. I mean, it's the population that gets attracted, that can afford to purchase the high-end homes. You need to somehow temper that with some more affordability. And whether that's townhomes, whether that's duplexes, apartments, I think those solutions need to be explored. And my sense of when I talk about a strategy, that's what I think about in the strategy. I mean, what is the town's strategic thinking in terms of, how are you going to cope with this issue? Because you're going to have to deal with it. I mean, we really don't have a choice. It's not just Huntsville, but it's all the communities.
If a quick follow-up, if I may, just on that point.
Go ahead.
So I appreciate that. And I guess what you're saying then is you're not suggesting the town of Huntsville develop its own housing strategy, because what you are talking about are things that we are doing through planning with all of the new developments that come forward. But I hear what you're saying about alternative housing, and certainly that's really key. Thank you.
I think it's more the response. I mean, how are you going to respond to this issue? I mean, one of the other things that's happened very interestingly is that Canada and Southern Ontario and the GTHA in particular has become a brain gain as opposed to a brain drain. So that employment is attracting a lot of businesses into the community. And those businesses, interestingly enough, not all of them need to be in the GTHA. They can, if you're operating and you're competing globally, you don't need to be in that area. You've got a broader footprint to select, so.
Jerry, I'm not sure if you remember the deputy mayor's first questions. I don't.
No, I don't.
But maybe they'll get asked again. Let's keep going though. We'll go to
Okay.
Councillor Weeb. Councillor Weeb. You turned your video off, but not your mute.
Sorry for that. Really quickly, there's so much to talk about that just came out of that discussion, but my original question was more of a high level philosophical question. That would be, if you know what you know now about Huntsville and you were in our position, would you prefer 2 businesses with 1,000 employees each to show up to town, or 1,000 businesses with 2 employees? How would you tackle that?
Probably 100 businesses with 50 employees or 25 employees. I think what happens is when you get too dependent, when you have 2 large employers and you become too dependent, you're no longer diversified. It doesn't matter that, you could have 1 business in IT and 1 business in automotive and you think you're diversified, but that's not diversification. It's not just a matter of the businesses that they're in, but it's also the scale of the operation. And you're a town, you're a small town, 21,000. Well, I mean, you don't want to be beholden to one or 2 companies. So.
Councillor Stone?
Thank you. And thanks for the presentation. There was lots of background information, and the report checks a lot of boxes for sure. The action items, there's obviously a lot of those things we already know. I was hoping for some metrics for success, which is difficult in economic development, but I was hoping for some of that. But my question to you is, if you could choose 2 or 3 silver bullets for us to dig our teeth into, what would they be?
Well, actually, if I was faced with the problem that you're faced with, what I would do is I would intensify my relationship with the communities of Bracebridge and Gravenhurst, intensify or focus Venture Muskoka, target non-tourism sectors. Information technology is sort of one area that I think potentially might prove fruitful. And then what I would do is build relationships with organizations like Invest Ontario to get an idea of the kinds of opportunities that they're pursuing, and build those connections through EDCO to get a handle on what's happening, and then begin to target some businesses that typically might be interested in relocating into your area. Setting up pre-qualified meetings. I know when I say that, it sounds as if it's a bit vague, but it can be done. We've been doing it. I was doing it for 15, 20 years, so it can be done. And there are people out there who can essentially identify those companies, and you can engage in those conversations. The other thing I think you need to do is you need to build a value proposition. So what is the value proposition for business to move into your community? And how is it that you're going to solve the issues that some businesses face? I mean, by locating, how are they going to solve some of their problems by locating in Huntsville? And I think you need to get some of that background material and that background understanding, and then sort of armed with that, begin to identify opportunities and have conversations.
Paula?
Well, so I was hoping for a little bit of that from you guys to help us funnel down to who we should be targeting and attracting. And I don't see where we go from here except hiring another consultant to find those things.
No, but I think you can do that internally. I mean, I think you have the resources to do that internally. You have an economic development department that can do that, and they can engage in that process.
All right.
I mean, I wouldn't hire. Well, I mean, I wouldn't hire me to do that. I mean, you need to really do that on your own, because you need to build that capacity internally in your own community.
Madam Mayor, it's Tony here. If I can just add to Jerry's
absolutely.
comment. Councillor Stone, I understand what you're saying is that where do we go from here? We've got a report on Friday. What do we do on Monday? Right. And so I just want to bring up an example, because we went through this process with a community half your size in Saskatchewan. And we did an economic development strategy for them. And they said, well, Tony, what do we do now? Is that you need to sit down with your economic development staff. You need to bring in the private sector, figure out where your advantages are, figure out what your UVP is, come up with 2 or 3 unique business opportunities in your community, and take those communities outside and find investors. We ended up taking that community to the Netherlands, right? And their focus, because it was key to their industry, was greenhouses, greenhouse technology, and so it aligned very well with their strategic sectors, their priority sectors. It aligned very well with their official plan. They had the supply chain, they had the infrastructure ready, but they also had that concierge service. They had that soft landing program that really spoke to that industry sector. So your next step here is to sit down with your community. And when we talked, the last slide of the presentation that Jerry gave was talking about capacity building. You can't do it alone. You need to bring the private sector to the table. They're a critical piece of this. The people that we took to Netherlands included the economic development person, the mayor, and 2 business people. Business people want to hear from business people. They want to hear how they succeed in the communities. So my question, my answer would be that you really need to now roll up your sleeves, sit down, figure out what those 2, 3 unique business opportunities are, detail them, and then take those to market. And the best channel for that is Invest Ontario and the trade commissioners in a market that really aligns with your priority sectors. And just a quick comment on the affordability house. Don't look at affordable housing just as affordable housing. Look at it as an asset that you add to your unique value proposition. Housing in itself is fine, but it becomes an asset. And when you look at the report in its totality, and you look at the rural trends, those communities that have been able to be successful are the ones that are now offering that mixed housing option. So that people says, I can live in Huntsville and I've got the opportunity where I can bring my family and have affordable housing available to me. So it becomes an asset, just like your supply chain, just like incentives, just like other aspects of investment attraction. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, your worship. Just, I guess, maybe more of a comment, I don't know, on the affordable housing piece. I do appreciate what you guys are saying. I've worked in sort of the community services sector, and yes, I get that the whole staying at home since COVID has been but there are jobs out there in which people do have to go into work. So I've worked in, community livings with group homes. We're building Fairburn. We're going to need more PSWs coming into the area with an education level that's expected at a college level education. Hopefully their pay increase goes through and they might get hopefully that $20 to $22 an hour range. I used to think, $22, $20 to $26 an hour was a good wage in Huntsville or Muskoka. May not necessarily be the case anymore, but where are the houses for somebody that makes that type of money in our area to be able to afford, the 3-bedroom 2-bathroom, $300,000-$400,000 home, trying to recruit to the area for a full-time job at $24 an hour, $26 an hour, and we can't find people who can afford to live here at that. So I do appreciate what you're saying, and I guess maybe that's where we need to, as you reiterate, look at how we build houses.
Councillor Armour?
Thank you, Chair Truzano. Thanks for the report. I think there's a lot of information to take in there. Something I noticed that you talk about workforce, we talk about minimum wage, we talk about affordable housing, but one of our challenges is transit also in our community. And I don't really see you touching on that at all. And we have manufacturers in the town of Huntsville today that are currently trying to get their employees just to work. But the cost of buying a car, paying insurance, et cetera, is unaffordable for them. So how do you see that working into our scenario, or is that just not part of this whole?
Well, we didn't look at it, but I think the solution to that is, depending upon where the manufacturers are, maybe what you do is you have a busing system. Maybe the town puts in a busing system. It's not essentially a full-time transit system, but it is a busing system that services the manufacturing community, the manufacturing area, and operates from a hub. I don't know the logistics, but we did a strategy in Halton Hills, and they had the same issue. And they essentially had a dedicated busing system that serviced the industrial community. But it is an issue.
Councillor Whedon.
Thanks for that. That's interesting too, man. Lots to take in through this conversation. So going back to the previous idea of focusing on 2 or 3 business opportunities or things that are more apt for this area. And yet I also hear that we need to start to not decouple, but maybe back away our intensification on promoting tourism. Is that a fair assessment, in that if we're going to start to go after more specific industries, we should not consider tourism-based industries? It should be more knowledge-based, maybe manufacturer-based.
I'm going to say something I know that's going to be quite controversial, and it's going to upset a lot of people. But let me say it. And the reason I say it is by background, I've been doing this for about 48 years. And a colleague of mine, when we started doing it, reminded me that in about 2 years' time, we'll be celebrating our 50th year in consulting. So based on that background, let me suggest that for Muskoka and Huntsville, it is not strategic for you to pursue tourism opportunities. And the reason that I say that is that if any place is going to get tourism investment, it's going to be Muskoka. It's going to be Huntsville. You're going to get it. You don't need to go out there. I mean, the Four Seasons Resort that's going to promote snowshoeing, cross-country skiing, a wilderness experience is not going to be in downtown Toronto. It's not going to be in London. It's not going to be in Ottawa. It's going to be in Muskoka. It's going to be in Kawarthas. It's going to be in the Haliburton area. It's going to be in those communities. So you geographically have the attributes that make that kind of investment sensible. So you're going to attract that investment. You may want to speak to people who are in that area, but from a strategic perspective, it's not something that I would pursue. But what you might want to consider doing is looking at more closely other opportunities that fit within your scale. And we're thinking here maybe micro manufacturing, information technology. Are there some opportunities to take advantage of what's currently taking place? Maybe unique furniture manufacturing. I mean, I'm not sure what those opportunities are. And essentially take those to market, build a strategy around those kinds of activities where you're essentially leveraging the attributes of your community and attracting investment into that area and creating jobs into that area. I mean, I should point out that, you know, we talk about SOMA, we talk about other communities. I mean, Tony and I worked for years with the Greater Toronto Marketing Alliance. We did all of that investment identification internally. We looked at those opportunities. We identified those companies. Now, what we did do is we went out and hired someone to set up the meetings. But we did that internally. And my sense of it is that's what you want to do, because you want to own that. And you need to own that because you need to understand how Huntsville is going to solve a company's problem. I mean, if you've identified an IT company, what is the issue? What are some of the issues that they're facing? And how is it that Huntsville is going to help them become a better employer? And only Huntsville will know that. I mean, you guys will know that. You have that information.
Okay. I don't see any other hands. I would like to thank you for your presentation and your work. I would also like to thank our steering committee, which was our Director of Development Services, Director Maxwell, and our Economic Development Officer, Lauren McDermott, Bob Stone, and our community member, Kenneth Donald, for their work on this as well. And I think what we're really hearing is that we have a strategy before us now, and what we need to do probably as a municipality, and probably led by our staff, is either redevelop our economic development department, and when I say department, we have a very small department of really one, so, or refocus what our economic development officers are spending their time on. Because I know in the last couple of years, we spent a lot of time on municipal accommodation tax, short-term rentals, and everything related to tourism. So it might be time to refocus that. I know we have new businesses that are looking to relocate here now, and we may need to focus on those folks, as well as looking for the suggestions that you guys have made today. So I think with that, we're going to leave it, and I'm sure we'll start to revisit the strategy going forward. So thank you, gentlemen, for being here and for your work.
Thank you very much for your time and attention. It was a pleasure to do the contract and to do the project for Huntsville. And hopefully I can visit it during the summer months and still be welcome.
Great. Thanks again.
Take care. Thanks. Bye, everyone.
Okay, so we have a second presentation today, our Community Service Master Plan from Monteith Brown. And looks like Steve is with us again. And Claire's here and Simone's here. Simone, do you want to kick it off?
Good morning. I'd love to reintroduce Steve Langlois and Claire Tucker-Reed to the screen and to our committee this morning to bring forward, they're doing a Q&A period for our Community Services Master Plan, the final document, and there is a report coming back further in the agenda this morning. So I'll turn it over to Steve.
Excellent. Thank you, Simone, and good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council. I do have a short presentation. I will pull that up here. Bear with me. Everyone should be seeing the screen. So we're pleased to be back before you again, this time presenting the final Community Services Master Plan. And as mentioned, it's a bit of a shorter presentation. We wanted to save some time for questions and comments. So a reminder of what is before you. The Community Services Master Plan guides the provision of leisure, recreation, and culture services, programs, facilities, and park amenities for the next 10 years. While its focus is on those items under the purview of the Community Services Department, we recognize that the scope of work extends across all town departments to one degree or another, highlighting the importance of cross-departmental coordination. So we've had many check-ins along the way with SMT and the community, as we'll touch on in a moment. Just a reminder as well that the draft plan was presented to General Committee earlier in this month, and it was then posted on myhuntsville.ca for public input. And I'll speak to the input in a moment. But I wanted to take a second to highlight some of the benefits of this plan, being sort of the first of this type for the municipality. It is a dynamic living document that makes the town future ready. So from our perspective, and first and foremost, it is a made in Huntsville plan. It's one that provided the community with a voice in shaping Huntsville's future. So you'll see many references to our community engagement pieces throughout the course of the plan itself. It takes stock of the current state. And again, I think this is the first time this exercise has really been done. So it's a matter of exploring what we have and taking a closer look on how well those items are meeting needs. It expresses a long-term vision for addressing some of the community's highest priorities. So in that sense, it gets everyone rowing in the same direction. And that feeds into the next point about aligning with organizational mandates, policies, practices, and services with that vision. We reviewed dozens and dozens of past staff reports, reports that have been authored and approved by council in guiding the work of this plan. It does provide support to the town in becoming funding ready. Having an approved master plan is often now a key requirement in any senior government funding application. So it's something that allows you and gives you that confidence to move forward as these opportunities become available to you. And I'll just jump to the bottom. It really creates that living document with some community decision-making frameworks that allow you to respond to different opportunities and challenges that might arise over time. And we know in a community with community services and volunteers and your residents taking such ownership and interest in these sorts of activities, we know you will have many unsolicited proposals and suggestions and requests that come to council over the years. The master plan provides that touchstone for evaluating those requests that come before you in future terms of council. So I have two slides here. I'll run through quickly a little bit of what we've heard from the public in the most recent round of consultation. We heard substantial interest in outdoor amenities. Some examples include community gardens, splash pad, another off-leash dog park, sidewalk investment, and you have a sidewalk master plan that will help guide that. We heard requests for expanded programming, fitness, both group and individual, drop-in programming, multi-generational activities for families, children, youth, seniors. We heard support for community hubs, whether that be leveraging, continuing to leverage what's available at Algonquin Theatre, or continuing to work to establish Canada Summit Center, Active Living Center, Muskoka Heritage Place as multi-use community hubs. And lastly, I think a reminder that these are essential services. The public is increasingly viewing them as such, and a big part of why people love living and visiting in Huntsville. And along with that comes the opportunity to maybe explore ways to continue to market and promote what we have. And I think that's been one of the benefits of, if we can say that, of the pandemic, is that people have explored more and more what is in their backyard and taken advantage of those items. So what I would say is all of these are reflected and supported in some way, shape, or form within the master plan. So there have been no changes to any of the recommendations within the plan from when it was last presented to you on March 2nd. And we presented this slide on March 2nd, but I wanted to revisit it because it just provides a helpful reminder of how the plan is to be implemented. The plan itself contains 90 recommendations. These are supported by extensive background research and consultation. You'll see them summarized in section 12 if you're leafing through the plan itself. Priority and timing have been identified for each. Many involve policies and practices. So, some of these will be will serve sort of as an internal North Star for the department and other staff within the corporation. Some that deal with infrastructure, for example, will have some cost implications. We've teased that out in the plan, but that's not the majority of these. You really have a very strong asset mix and the infrastructure that you have in place. And this is one of the reasons why there's no major build or recommendation emerging from this plan that's going to cost millions and millions of dollars, because you have those pieces in place. And I think that's a testament to the decisions made by council over the years to ensure that they invest within the community. So that's an important takeaway. And lastly, we believe this is a living document, again, a made in Huntsville plan that will guide the town forward as it grows. So I'll thank you for your time this morning, and along with Claire, I'll be happy to respond to any questions or comments that you might have.
Okay, thanks for that, Steve. And we will go to questions. And I'm not actually seeing any hands. I know we have the report that comes up later on, and there may be more questions surrounding the report, but I do have one question, and it's kind of some of the highest comments or highest use areas in this plan were our outdoor trails and parks and beaches, things that don't really fall under community services, and yet in the community services master plan they were the most identified uses. Because I'm wondering what your consultation and conversations and everything were with the Parks Department through this, and how much they weighed in.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And it's very common for these plans to look at the totality of the leisure system, I'll say, and that's more broadly includes parks, recreation, and culture. So we had a council approved terms of reference that included parks within this. So we had a steering committee that would have had representation from operations and protective services. There were interviews, so staff were interviewed from that department as well, and had an opportunity to provide input through on the draft and final plan through SMT. So, we recognize we were, I think we start from the perspective of your resident, and your residents really don't see a huge distinction between your parks and recreational spaces, in the sense that they work together to meet their broader degree of leisure needs. They don't necessarily understand the internal machinations of I have to go through the community services department to book a sports field, but it's operations that maintains it. So if they have a request, a complaint, a compliment, it speaks to the fact that you have to have strong cross coordination between those departments to address those moving forward. So it's pretty common for them to be both addressed within the plan, and we were very respectful of the existing plans that operations has in place. The sidewalk master plan, they have park design guidelines that are working on, and we made sure to reflect those within our work.
Thanks for that. Just one other, and I did sort of send this to you ahead of time, and that was along the lines of, I know hindsight's always 20/20, but do you think we have a true picture of what our community is looking for, having done this through COVID? And I realize the questions were asked, pre-COVID and during COVID, but most people were living for at least a year in COVID, and I wonder how much they remembered about pre-COVID with their answers. Do you think we have a true picture because of that?
Yeah, I appreciate the question, Madam Mayor, and I strongly believe it's actually been a better time to do consultation during the pandemic, especially during the first year of it. Folks had a little bit more time available to them. They were actually seeking out those opportunities and in particular to get outside. But they recognized what they were also losing, and by not having access to these spaces and these programs. The opportunity to connect through technology also has improved our engagement. I think more communities are probably doing this planning during the pandemic than we're even doing them before. And our returns on surveys have been more substantial. So we've had more people engaging. So from that perspective, I think that's been a positive. And yeah, I think if you were playing hockey before the pandemic, there's still a memory of that and a sense of what that experience was. So I don't think it's been negatively impacted by the pandemic. I think it's definitely shone a light on some items, in particular the outdoor recreation piece. So we need to reflect on that and give some thought to maybe how these trends might continue and stick into the future. But we've been very pleased with the level of input that we've received.
And now we have a hand. Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Steve, for the overview. Very quick question. I was looking at it last night, and I noticed with a number of the charts that there's still reference to 2016 census data and in a lot of the background research. And then periodically there was reference to another study from 2021. And obviously you guys have looked at the more recent census data and probably didn't have time to update some of the charts. But given we do have more recent information and you look at it, I'm assuming if anything, it's reinforced a lot of the work that you already did. And I would love to hear your comment on that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, Madam Mayor. So the census release, we've only been through the first of about 6 releases this year. So the only 2021 data we have at the town level is population and number of households. We don't yet have age, income, mobility, ethnicity, language. So that will continue to roll out. The next release is on April 27th, I believe. And then, sort of every 6 weeks or so after that. There's been a lot of change since 2016. We recognize that. We've, in particular, from a population and growth perspective. So we've had several conversations with your planning department and have tried to pull in sort of that growth lens within the plan. So, I think that's one way that we ensure that it remains current. And secondly, the plan itself does also have a number of provision targets that, if you end up overshooting your population forecast in 2031, for example, you have the ability to go back in and sort of understand what that impact might be on an infrastructure perspective. Do we need more of these sorts of courts or these sorts of amenities, for example? So in that way, that's we don't just say it's a living document, but that's how it actually proves out to be true.
Okay. I don't see any other hands, so thank you both for being with us again today and for all the work on this. And I think we have a report coming up later to adopt this in some form or other, but there's probably be some questions for staff at that time. But thanks again for your time today.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, we're at an hour and a half. Would you like a quick 5-minute break before we get into reports? It's 10:28. Let's go to 10:35 and we'll do our reports then. Okay, what do we got? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just waiting for Councillor Stone and Councillor Thompson. Looks like Councillor Thompson is totally, oh, there he is. Okay. All right, at this point, I am happy to turn the chair over to Councillor Withy for the corporate services piece.
Thank you, Your Worship. We are in new business, 6.1 corporate services, and the first item up is 6.1.1, Julia, for the 2021 Treasurer's Statement for development charges. Julia?
Thank you, Chair Withy. So this report is required each year to provide you an overview of the Treasurer's Statement for the development charges. Just a couple of things to highlight. This has been the biggest year that we've ever seen for development charges collected. We've collected in 2021 $922,000 worth of development charges. The amount collected in 2020 was $602,000. So it's quite a big difference over the past few years. So I'm sure you're all aware of that with the amount of growth that's been happening in our community. The other thing just to note, we didn't have much coming from the development charges this year, with the exception of the two debenture payments for the Summit Center and Forbes Hill Drive, which we do annually. The other thing just to note is that there was a repayment from the Fairburn project because we had taken funds out for that project. So that's been reversed in 2021.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, I have a quick one. Did we get paid back for the money that was forwarded for the original Fairburn site?
If I can speak to that, Mr. Chairman, we are currently in discussions with legal counsel about that, and I just yesterday saw a final agreement signed by all three parties. So we can anticipate that payment at any time. So that has almost been finalized.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, moving on, 6.1.2, Keith Duncan, engagement survey results.
I could interrupt Councillor Withy. I don't believe you called the question there.
Question, was there, it was just for information?
Oh, my apologies. Thank you.
No worries. Okay. Mr. Duncan, please.
Thank you, Chair Withy. Good morning, Council. Before I get into the report that's in front of you today, I just want to quickly say thank you once again to all the employees who took the time to respond to this recent engagement survey. Also, I just want to say that if you have any questions, I ask that you please hold them to the end of the presentation, and we'd love to answer them for you at that point. I just want to open by saying that when reviewing this survey report, try to really focus on what you will do with this information versus the actual results themselves. So the most recent employee engagement survey was conducted from December 8th, 2021 to January 31st, 2022. Both the non-union and union staff of the town participated in the survey with the completion rate of 40.4%. The survey participation, while encouraged by the senior management team to complete and be heard, was voluntary for all staff. Although we had hoped to receive a higher employee participation rate, we are still very pleased that 80 employees did take the time to complete this survey. This engagement survey was the town's first survey in almost 10 years, and as such represents an internal baseline for measuring progress in future years. An engagement survey is one of the many ways an organization can measure engagement within the workplace. Even though it's been a number of years since an engagement survey has been conducted, engagement activities are still occurring at the town, which included the following: senior management led employee focus groups, a redesign of the performance review process that now emphasizes coaching conversations, an overall emphasis placed on stronger leadership ownership for their engagement activities within their work areas, and leadership changes throughout the town, which led to a stronger, more consistent performance management and feedback system. The town implemented those engagement activities with the goal to be a workplace of choice where we attract and maintain an engaged and committed workforce. To track the town's progress towards this goal, the plan is to conduct engagement surveys on an annual basis moving forward now. The responses received in the engagement survey are very important in identifying what the town is doing well and where we need to improve. The survey assesses employee engagement drivers, which are considered to be the predictors of engagement and are viewed to be the causes of lower or higher levels of engagement. Drivers are generally categorized into 3 levels, being job-related, work area, and organizational. Generally speaking, organizational drivers tend to be rated lower than other drivers such as work area and job-related. Typically, as with organizational drivers, when the driver increases in level of authority, such as senior management versus council or board related drivers, the result is typically a lower rating. So upon the conclusion of this employee engagement survey, the Human Resources Department and senior management teams worked diligently to prepare the results and the report for review and action. Of the 38 workplace rated drivers of engagement that were measured as part of this survey, the town's overall average is 69.2%, which is the result of averaging all drivers of engagement averages together. The town's 3 highest rated drivers that most affect employee engagement were coworker cohesion, pride in work, and client satisfaction. Might I note, all 3 of these drivers are work-related ones. Now the truly important work has begun, which is the sharing of the town's results and starting to develop action plans to improve engagement in certain areas. To date, the HR department and the CAO have worked closely with the senior management and leadership teams to review and discuss the results of the survey. The survey results were also then shared with all staff. Shortly after today's general committee meeting, a series of steps will occur, led by the senior management and leadership teams to involve all levels of the organization in developing action plans that are derived from the survey results. These plans could include both policy and process changes. The senior management and leadership teams will be reviewing the organizational related engagement drivers to identify areas where we can improve organizationally to create a more positive work environment. Divisions and departments will undertake area-specific action planning to respond to the work area and job-related engagement driver opportunities that are most important to their areas. They will be identifying what can be changed in their work, job, local work environment, and departmentally to create a more positive working environment. However, each area is also expected to participate in action plans that will address certain organizational items. Once these action plans have been finalized for each division and organizationally, an update will be provided by staff to council. After that, quarterly updates will then be provided to council on the progress made on meeting these required targets to improve staff engagement. What I'm going to do now is turn it over to Madam CAO, who will briefly discuss a few driver areas.
Can I just interrupt briefly? I neglected to read, there is a motion I should have read at the beginning. I will read that now. The motion is that a human resources engagement survey working group be established consisting of the following members: 1 counselor, 2 counselor, both of those blank, 3 CAO, 4 manager of human resources, 5 human resources specialists, and further that the mandate of the working group will be to prepare an action plan to address identified council-related engagement drivers as outlined in Schedule A to report HR 2022-2, and further that the working group will report back to council before the end of the 2018-2022 term of council, at which time the working group will be dissolved. Sorry about that. Over to you, CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if the committee will just indulge me just for a few minutes. Obviously, you have the report in front of you. And you have the information that Keith has prepared. But I think it's important just to highlight again is why we need to do these employee surveys. And it allows us to determine if our staff are engaged, and it infuses them with purpose, energy, and enthusiasm, so they have a voice in the organization. Employee engagement identifies the degree of commitment a person feels within their employment, and it identifies how much staff care about their job and whether they feel pride in their work. I think this is extremely important. It is truly evident that an engaged workforce results in improvements to performance and productivity and has a positive impact on the organization. But that doesn't come without challenges as well. So we all know about engagement surveys and some of the challenges, but just a few key points to note is sometimes engagement surveys can be affected by outside factors, for example, a worldwide pandemic. Typically, they're optional. They're not usually mandatory. So it may not provide a clear indication of the full health of the organization due to sometimes limited participation. There may be hesitation by staff to complete the survey. They might be concerned about confidentiality and what they feel comfortable in saying. And sometimes questions can be misleading or the survey is way too long. We've all been there. We've been asked to participate in surveys, and if it takes us more than 5 minutes, we usually don't do them. The other concern sometimes with engagement surveys is sometimes it's a snapshot of how the employee is feeling at that time. So not how they felt over the year, not how they felt since the last engagement survey, but how they feel at this time. But regardless of those factors, the benefit engaging staff to share within the organization how they feel as part of the team is absolutely essential in ensuring a healthy work culture. So I know that we're probably sort of focused on the response rate, which was 40.4, but it equates to about 80 staff members. But these are 80 staff members that took the time to share with us how they felt within the organization. And I don't believe this will be true, but it's really important that we don't discredit the feedback just based on the participation in the small sample. So the question is, if employee engagement is so important, why did we not do it since 2013? Well, as Keith had indicated, we had actually been working on different engagement approaches. We had actually started to prepare for an engagement survey just prior to the pandemic, so needless to say, our focus switched. But what we've been doing over the past number of years is we've actually been focusing on doing divisional reviews to ensure that our organizational structures would support the operations and the services in the municipality. And needless to say, that's taken some time. We also needed to make sure we had the right people on the right seats in the bus. And again, that, as council's aware, that did take some time. So it's not that we didn't do anything to evaluate the culture of the organization over these number of years since 2013, but we've utilized different tools. And we felt this was the perfect time, regardless of a pandemic, to embark on an engagement survey. So as I noted, I won't rehash any of the information that's already in the report, but I do want to spend just a few minutes focusing on the drivers that's specifically related to council. And it's important to note that my following comments are strictly based on my assumptions, and it in no way dismisses the importance of the comments that have been noted by staff. So I'd like to redirect council to driver number 36, which was identified in the report. This particular driver pertained to training budgets approved by council and whether they were sufficient enough for departments. So the reason this question fell under the council section was because council does approve the overall budget, and within the budget is the training budget. So as you can see within the report, there was 33.8% strongly disagree or disagree, 45% of the participants were neutral, and 21.3% strongly agreed or agreed. So although the training requirements that are set by the senior leadership team, there's absolutely been some hesitation for us to increase in this area because we certainly have seen some fiscal restraints with respect to budget. And the pandemic certainly has contributed to that. So in an effort to develop a solid plan outlining the training needs of the organization through the corporate strategic plan, council has been very supportive with the development of a human resources strategy. And this strategy has been approved by council. So there's no question that council sees the value in investment in staff in this regard. So within that strategic plan, there is a mention of developing a succession plan. And that succession plan will be for the organization, including enhancements to training. And that will be forthcoming. So we hope to have that to you within the next few months. So I'm confident that collectively, with the input from the senior leadership team and the support of council, this driver will see huge improvements moving forward. So again, this is a snapshot of what's happening today, but I felt it was important to outline the processes that we've been following with regard to that driver. With respect to driver 37, it talked about council effectively communicating changes in priority for clear direction. And again, this is quite clear why this is under the council section, because it's pertaining to communication between governance and administration. I won't highlight the numbers because they are actually in your reports. The first point that I'd like to make, though, is that communication across the entire organization is an area that is viewed as an opportunity for improvement. And we absolutely need to focus on this. So it's not just communication between council and staff, it's communication within administration, between divisions, departments, and even to the community. That should be a key focus for us out of this survey. It's also a very difficult driver to gauge because, again, there were many outside factors that had an effect on this, which was COVID. The fact that we've been consumed by a pandemic for the past 2 years has made it extremely difficult for us to focus on strategic direction. Now, I don't want the community or committee to think that we haven't done anything, because that's not true. We've accomplished a lot over the past couple of years, which I'll report on later this year. We just had to fit everything in between provincial directions and directions from our medical officer of health. So I also feel that the pandemic resulted in a number of urgent matters, which may have appeared to be reactionary, hence changing priorities of direction. So for the past 2 years, we were constantly changing the direction we had to go just based on the current state of the pandemic. The other factor that I feel we need to keep in mind is the changes that we've seen with our workforce over the past couple of years. We are currently managing 4 different generations, 4 different generations in the workplace. I'm not so sure that's actually ever been heard of. And I can assure you that each generation communicates differently. So they have different needs. We need to get more in tune with these needs, and we need to improve in this area. The other thing I feel we need to keep in mind are the different communication needs of council. As with any group of individuals, some members of council require just a high level of communication, just get to the bare facts. And some members of council prefer lots of detail. The approach in which this information obtained may need to be reviewed in an effort to make sure that we actually don't lose sight of the collective direction of council. So I think that we really need to focus on that as well. Within my CAO bylaw, I am responsible for making recommendations to council with respect to the techniques or methods to facilitate communication between council and staff. Now that this area of improvement has been identified, I need to redirect my focus in this area to review and develop a plan. And I honestly feel, in order to do that, that this does require a team approach, because it does talk about the relationship between council and staff. And that's why the recommendations within the report before you today. The last driver I'll speak to, Mr. Chairman, is driver 38. Its council is genuinely interested in the well-being of employees. Again, it's clear why this driver falls under council. I won't reiterate the numbers that are in the report, but it goes without saying that 2020 and 2021 were an extremely challenging year for all of us. Many difficult decisions had to be made by both council and by administration just to keep pace with the pandemic. Our buildings closed. We saw members of our team depart for periods of time. And once we were able to begin recovery, we required to impose restrictions that kept us safe, but still kept us apart. So this is an area that we need to focus on, and I trust that we can move forward in this area once we're able to actually meet in person again and refocus on our full operations. I feel that the lack of interaction between council and staff due to COVID restrictions has had a huge negative effect on our organization. And again, collectively, I do believe that we can find an opportunity to improve this driver. So in summary, Mr. Chairman, I feel that the information provided in the survey is a fabulous tool for council and administration to focus on the areas of improvement and to strengthen our organization so that we as staff can support you as council while you serve the community. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council? Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Withy, and thank you, Keith and Denise, for the explanation of the survey and background and all of that. A quick comment, and offhand, I recognize that surveys are really difficult, no question about it. And it's a challenging task at the best of times. And this one in particular, because it really touched on a number of sensitive areas, I actually reread it a couple of times, and I absolutely agree with you, CAO Corey, that for me, one of the common themes throughout was the need for communication. I get how it started within a department. It seems to be pretty good, but it starts to fragment a bit as you start looking at the organization as a whole. So I think that identifying that as a positive step going forward, and how we work on that and developing action items, that probably makes a lot of sense. And that's a common theme, and it's always been a common theme for our municipality. I think, over the last 2 terms, we've often talked about the need for improved communication in whatever form that might take. So I'm really happy to hear that. But I do have a question, and it perhaps is for Keith, and that is, at first blush, certainly you touched on the last few items, Denise, that was probably a bit of a shock for some of us about the lack of communication between council and staff. And when I reread it, I looked at the column neutral, and I thought, that really makes a difference if you throw the percentages in the neutral column in the analysis. Because if you don't do that, then you get this stark contrast between strongly agree or strongly disagree, or somewhere in between. But neutral, as you go down the survey, the percentage under the neutral category gets increasingly larger. And so I'll go straight to item 37, which is with respect to council communication. And in fact, the largest percentage is in the neutral. So if you look at that and say, combine neutral with agree and strongly agree, you actually have a majority who are quite comfortable with council communication. And yet it wasn't analyzed that way. And so I think that I'm curious why neutral wasn't factored into any of it. And that's why I asked Keith, because you're the creator of this project. So over to you.
Keith?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you, Mr. Chair. When analyzing the results, the neutral was taken into account. With that being said, these respondents are typically the ones that would be indifferent more often than not to that driver item. So with that being said, there's still areas for opportunity there for improvement, just because these people, or sorry, these employees, I should say, have the ability to be influenced in a I guess a positive light or a positive way, moving forward with these areas. So yeah, the neutral was taken into consideration when reviewing it, but in terms of the overall ranking, we were primarily looking at what would be the favorable responses to those driver items, and also the unfavorable responses. So we're looking at kind of the two ends of the spectrum to see where kind of the employee populations lie in terms of their feelings, because those are important to know moving forward, to gauge your organizational health when it comes to engagement levels.
Quick follow-up, if I may.
Yeah.
I appreciate the response, Keith, and I just think, and it's good to know that it was factored in, but it wasn't factored in the calculus at the end. What was identified was the two categories, favorable, unfavorable. And so in the analysis, it might have been helpful to speak to that more at a bit more length, because as I said, the neutral category in those last two questions, the percentage is it's the highest, which would imply that, as you say, it's neither here nor there for that group, but it's the highest group. So I think if you don't factor it in, it kind of skews the data, to me anyway. And so just, that's my comment on that. But as I said, I don't want to focus on that. It's a good learning exercise. And I really am happy to hear that the CAO is going to focus on communication in general, because I think that's something that we can all appreciate. So thank you.
So Duncan, oh, did you? Okay, I saw your hand go up. Did you want to respond?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to add one quick point, Deputy Mayor. On the page prior to the table of frequencies, so that'd be the graph of driver averages. I just want to note extremely quickly here that those percentages do take into account, the neutral response as well. So that would be an average of all 5, responses per driver item. So I just wanted to quickly make note of that.
Okay, thank you. Over to Councillor Weeb next.
Thank you, Chair Withy, and thanks, Keith, and thank you, Deputy Mayor, for those observations as well, and continuing this conversation. I agree that surveys can be problematic at best, and seeing that 60% of our staff thought it was a waste of time or a stupid thing to do, that's a little bit troubling, maybe, but maybe not, depending how we interpret that. My question would be to the CAO, and that would be, if you look at the data and you sit with senior management, the head of every department, and ask them, does this sound right within your department? What would be the answer?
Oh, through you, Mr. Chairman. So one thing that I do want to highlight, I do believe it was noted in the report, but we've taken the organizational engagement survey, and we actually did break it down divisionally. So as committee or as council to see the current state of the organization, it was important for you to see the overall report. And as the CAO for the organization, whose responsibility it is to oversee the administration, we did break it down divisionally. And it was quite interesting to see divisionally how those drivers changed from the organizational structure. So then we did meet with HR, myself, met with the director of each division. We reviewed all of the drivers to discuss, even if we focus on the top 5 and the bottom 5, why are these here, what's happening. The other thing that we are able to provide to our directors is a bit of raw data about comments received from staff, which also gave us an indication of the areas that we need to focus on. And I can say with confidence, after having met with each division and each director, each of the surveys said exactly what I expected them to say for each division. So I do have to say that for the most part, they were bang on with what I expected. So from that point of view, we'll be able to work with the directors and, as Keith had noted, develop those action plans divisionally. And we will be reporting back to council on the status of those action plans, because the worst thing you could do with an engagement survey is do it and shelve it and do nothing with it. And we don't plan to do that. So I hope I answered your question, Councillor Weeb.
Yeah,
you okay, Councillor?
Thanks.
Yep. Go ahead. Are you good? You're good. Okay. Over to Mayor Terziano, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple comments, I guess. I too was, when I read through it, really disappointed in the number of responses, particularly because I have to assume when 60% didn't respond that they're actually happy. And if that's the wrong assumption, so be it. The entire questionnaire is full of assumptions. I mean, different staff are going to answer the questions different ways depending on what they assume the question to mean, because they are so non-specific. So with that, when I look at 10% of the survey respondents maybe saying that they're unhappy, and I use the disagree or strongly disagree, really out of our 200 employees, that's only 8 employees. And I'm not discounting that 8 employees can be unhappy, but I don't see it as a widespread, oh my God moment. You know, if we really look at the numbers throughout. The other comment I guess I want to make, and the CAO has alluded to it twice now, is that the CAO is responsible for the staff in the town of Huntsville. And council's not even privy to know whether we have concerns in one division over another. We're just getting this whole big numbers. So for that reason, I fail to understand why you're looking to have 2 council representatives on the committee to address whatever issues that we have within the town. I would think that that would be the chief administrative officer's job in conjunction with her directors. And I guess my last question is, I don't understand the resolution that says we're going to prepare an action plan to address identified council-related engagement drivers as outlined in Schedule A. One, I'm trying to assume what Schedule A is because nothing's marked Schedule A unless I'm totally missing it. And 2, council-related engagement drivers. Are we forming a committee to address the 3 questions that were highlighted towards council? So if somebody can answer that part of it, so I have better understanding of the resolution.
Okay, who's taking that? Okay.
If I may, so thank you. So with respect to the comments about the committee and why it's being recommended that the committee be struck, is because the 3 drivers specifically that were council related, and your worship, you're totally right when it comes to the administration, the operations. It is my job to ensure that staff are following policies and that are set by council. But when it comes to the culture, it's all about relationships as well. So because there were 3 drivers identified within the survey that specifically pertained to members of council, we felt that it would be very beneficial to have a couple representatives from council to work with administration so that we could collectively approach the areas that have been identified for potential improvement. So it was more or less about a team approach to this. If committee would prefer not to be involved with that, then I would be more than happy to take it from here, and I can perhaps reach out to members of council if I need to. But we just felt it was really important because this survey really speaks to relationships between obviously council and staff, which again, I'm responsible for ensuring that policies are carried out. But the relationship itself, we thought it would be very helpful to take a team approach to have a couple members of council participate in that. To answer your question about Schedule A, that's the survey itself. That's Schedule A, so it would speak in the drivers. It was 36, 37, 38, I believe. That's why we reference Schedule A in the resolution. But if it's not committee's desire to have a couple of members partake with myself and HR to develop a strategy or areas for improvement, then we would be more than happy to take it from here and report back to committee. And I'm sorry, I can't remember your first question.
May I have follow-up, Mr.
Absolutely.
Chair?
Yeah.
Just so, okay, so maybe the understanding is, so you just want a working group to address the 3 drivers, 36, 37, 38, and then I guess maybe staff are going to identify any other problems within the town, or you don't need a committee to do that. You just want a couple of councillors to address those 3 issues.
That's correct. That's correct, your worship.
Okay.
You good? For now?
For now.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Councillor Schumacher, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair Withy. Yeah, no, I'm not shocked necessarily in the number of people that did the survey. Of course, I'm used to doing surveys in my field quite often, and if you get a third of the respondents, the 33 to 36% out of your company is usually what you get. So, hey, I'm probably happy with 40% because that does, you guys are in around the average of staff doing engagement surveys. So kudos to that. I mean, yeah, let's try to solve out the problem. And I do appreciate, CAO Corey, the communication piece, I think, is an overall piece. I know, again, working in agencies that I had during the pandemic, it has been difficult creating things like staff town hall meetings, those kinds of things that go on sort of have helped to that kind of thing. I mean, yeah, if you're looking for a council member, I'm probably willing to sit on there. I just think that sort of looking at my role or the way I see it, and again, I'm the new kid on the block here for this one, within my role here. And I think my training has been a little different in a pandemic. We haven't been in person as much and the ability to grow. But I do see where our role falls into number 3, which had a very high percentage in client satisfaction. So we tend to be the ones calling when the number 3 one isn't the one that, you know, we get the constituent calls who aren't in the number 3 category of client satisfaction. And so that's when we tend to be the ones calling and dealing more with staff on the maybe not so happy categories and conversations. So I'm sure that was taken into consideration, obviously, too, because I'd like to think the role that we do definitely has a high percentage in client satisfaction for the town.
I don't know that I heard a question there. So
not really.
Okay.
Not really.
We'll move on then to Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I apologize if during this discourse that I suddenly fade out because my internet is just in and out, and it's very, very frustrating. I keep hitting the trigger to reactivate internet here, but I just wanted to make a comment with regards to the comments about the size of the survey, and I agree with Councillor Schumacher. Having 44% response is actually pretty darn good. And I just relate that, and maybe Keith could back me up on this, but
and there he goes. All right. Well, if he comes back, we'll circle back. He seemed to be right on the edge of something. Oh, there he is. Brian, you blanked out there. Okay, not you, the internet, or maybe you, I don't know. But anyway, if you want to pick up sort of at the start of your question, if you don't mind, because I think you were still talking when you were frozen.
Okay. This is the frustrating part of this whole process here. It wasn't really a question, it was just a comment with regards to the size of the survey. I agree with Councillor Schumacher that I think that's a very, very good representation of our staff when you get 80 out of 240. So, and maybe Keith could back me up on that, but I think on a national basis, if political party surveys 37 million people by using 1,500 respondents, they consider that to be pretty reliable stuff. So anyway, that's my comment. And I think the report is great. Thanks, both Keith and CAO Corey. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. If you don't mind, Deputy Mayor, you've spoken once, so I will leapfrog Councillor Armour. I will not forget you, but Councillor Armour, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Withy. I appreciate that. I just wanted to get my comments in also that I've been involved in many surveys throughout my career, and there's been a lot of positive and a lot of negative. And I agree with Councillor, the Mayor herself, when she says that anybody who doesn't complete the survey, I consider them that they are neutral. They have no opinion, they're happy at what they're doing. But I think we need to focus on the positive and not the negative of this report. I think there's a lot of work that can be done by everyone involved. I think the real drivers for this are probably the boots on the ground. And for us, meeting via Zoom and not being face-to-face with the people over the last 2 years, the employees, I think that really changes their perspective on how they complete a survey. So If they do need committee members for this, and if we do agree that you want counselors on this, then I'd be more than willing to put my name forward too and dive into it a little bit and have a good look. I think if we look further into the report, the first, the first 7 are well over 80%. There's other parts of communication there that talk about good communication from the leadership team, good communication from the supervisors. So the people with the boots on the ground are getting out there. Maybe we're just not getting our face out there enough to really promote ourselves and what we do. So let's work on this and make it a positive. No question.
Thank you. Next up, Councillor Fitzgerald, please.
Thank you, Chair Withey. Good report. None of the results really surprised me, and I guess I'm disappointed at the amount of respondents. I always hope for more, you know, because I engage in those things when they come my way. I think as a council, we definitely want to ensure that our staff are satisfied in their positions, in their work, and are proud to be a member of staff and part of this corporation. So I look forward to working with the directors and the CAO to remedy some of these things. And who knows, you know, we need these indicators to find out what we can change to make it a better workplace. So although I'm not going to offer, like Councillor Armour and Councillor Schumacher have, to sit on the committee. Thank you. And there was no question there, Chair Withey.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying that, because it's sometimes a mystery. Deputy Mayor Alcock, back to you.
Thank you, Chair Withey. I'll be really brief. I just wanted to follow up after the mayor's comments, because I was sort of reminded, oh yes, there is this motion, and I guess if it is, I hadn't quite realized that it was going to focus on the last 3 items. And from my perspective, I feel like I'm not really, to me, I think that's a bit of too much effort on that area, because frankly, you know, when I first read the survey, I thought, you know, the way that those questions were worded were not entirely the way I would have worded them. But again, I'm not a survey expert, but asking staff in general if council effectively communicates changing priorities and provides clear direction. It does beg the question, is what role is council, what is council's role in communicating changing priorities? Because, you know, and this is not, this is me generally speaking, I'm not placing any fingers anywhere, and it's not me being overly sensitive. I just think that it's an awkward one for staff, a lot of different members of our staff to respond to, because they don't necessarily have the opportunity to engage with council. So I sort of think it's a hard one to answer. And thus, I think why we got the very high percentage of those who responded neutral. And so I think in a way, I hope we're not focusing way too much time on that, because I'm not sure how many people are truly dissatisfied. And I think that's with that. And if the committee that's being created is looking at some of the other areas, as the CAO pointed to, where we could make some real progress, and that might include communications between council and staff, so be it. But I don't know if it should solely focus on that. I think that isn't right. If we are going to go ahead with the committee, I would hope that if the mayor was interested, that the mayor might be one of the reps on that committee, just because I think that she plays a very vital role in that kind of in the area that we'd be looking at. So that's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Lisa Smith, I see your hand. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Withey. I wanted to take this time to recognize Keith for all of the work that's been put into the engagement survey, and certainly for all the participation of our employees. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. It's a lot of work.
Thanks. I have a few comments about this. I think surveys of this kind are always a bit problematic, but as far as the questions concerning council, it was my understanding that we're actually not supposed to be in direct contact with town employees. Our conduit is the CAO. And as far as strategic direction and changing priorities, I mean, we have a strategic plan that's available to everybody as well as the public. And with changing priorities, for the most part, in my opinion, it's because of a reaction to a report that might come forward to us from staff. So I'm failing to see where the communication piece actually is, because as my understanding, it's not really even supposed to exist. Staff have access to all the strategic plans and everything that have been adopted. So as far as priorities and direction, I would feel that it would sort of fall into that camp. Second question, generally interested in well-being employees. I'm not really understanding. I mean, the problem with a lot of these surveys is that if there's one line like that, you really don't know what exactly that means to each individual that responded in the survey in that manner. So I'm not sure how you would drill down after the fact when they're anonymous surveys to say, okay, why don't you feel this way? Could it be because we weren't supportive of a report they brought forward or something? Do they feel that we're always adversarial to what they want to do? I would remind everybody that, as elected officials, we were brought to this table by the constituents of this town, which is really who we work for. And by nature, that makes our relationship somewhat adversarial and imbalanced, because if some of the answers to these questions are because they aren't happy with decisions we make or how we react to things they bring to the table, I'm not sure that that's a bad balance to have. That's kind of how the working relationship is. So I am concerned that I don't know why this wasn't made mandatory. There is 60% of the people decided not to participate. It could have been made mandatory. Again, it speaks to I guess how the people that put this together presented this to staff, as far as strongly encouraging them to do this, because this is important stuff. So apparently for 60% of the people, it wasn't important. So I personally have a problem with this motion. I don't support it. I quite frankly think it's a waste of time. I think that from where I sit as a counselor and how I communicate with various members of staff, I don't know what's driving their answers, and I don't think there's a way to really get to the bottom of it the way the survey was put together, in my opinion. I think there's going to be meetings with this group, and I hate to sound so negative, but I don't think it's going to come up with anything meaningful. So, I mean, there's where I stand on it. It's great that we do these things. I think they should have been mandatory, or at least strongly encouraged to undertake. As Deputy Mayor Alcock pointed out, the neutral votes and the people that didn't participate, I think, speak loud and clear to me. I don't really see there is a problem, A, and B, I don't really see a path to drilling down to get to the bottom of it to come up with any meaningful action. So that's my comment. I don't know if anyone wants to follow up on that. Yes, CAO Corey, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I made a few notes. I hope that I've followed along. So your first comment with respect to communications between council and staff, you are very accurate. We do have a council approved policy which speaks to how communications are to flow from council to staff. And I think it's fair to say we probably have been really lax with that policy because that's the type of organization we do want to be. We want to be able to say to any member of council, you know, you can come to us at any time. You can ask us any question. If you have a question of the planners, the bylaw department, the builders, we want to see you in this building. We want to interact with you. So maybe, you know, to your point that, you know, there is a policy. I think that's probably something that this working group would look at to say, you know, are we being too stringent in the policy saying that everything must flow through the CAO? Or do we want to be that organization that, you know, we feel comfortable having the interactions with levels of staff and members of council? So I do think, you know, for myself, there is a policy that states that all communication should come through me. And I think we have been fairly sort of gentle in that approach, whereby we do want to welcome members of council and to have discussions with our team. That's the type of organization we want to be. So I think part of that working group will be to look at that policy to say, is that still really how we want to do it, or do we want to have a different approach? With respect to the strategic priorities, you're absolutely right. The strategic plan is our roadmap. We staff live and breathe that because this is your journey and it's our job to get you to where you want to go. But sometimes what happens with those strategic priorities is things do change, whether it's a change in a user group, if there's an organization that wants something switched up, sometimes those do change. So as we're heading down this roadmap toward the strategic plan, and we've got our business plans that outline the objectives and how they're funded and timelines. If things change, then we maybe just need to communicate that better. And maybe that is me. Maybe it's through council needs to have clear direction. Maybe resolutions around the table need to be a bit clearer so that we understand truly what council needs. Those are the things that we wanted to dive into. Is why did we get that reaction? The third thing with respect to our staff not happy with the decisions that are made, I can assure you that when staff bring reports forward, it is their professional opinion. And at the end of the day, if that's not the direction that council wants to go, professionally, we understand that and we go in the direction that we're directed to go. So I would hope, and I've had lots of conversations with staff, again, not our journey, it's our job to help get council to where they're going. So let's give them all the information we have and we'll take the direction from there. So I think, Mr. Chairman, those were the 3 points that you touched on. And again, the creation of this committee is just to engage in dialogue. And maybe the members of council that represent you on this committee can say, okay, this is what really irritates us when staff bring reports forward, or this is what we've heard from our colleagues about what's working and what's not working. Because if we don't know what's broke, we can't fix it. So the whole intent of this committee was just to have dialogue, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I would respond by saying that, you know, and I guess I'm repeating myself, is that it's the way that the nature of the wording in these two statements really doesn't give a clear picture as to what the actual problem is, in my opinion, and that because it's an anonymous survey and you can't sort of call in that person who ticked strongly disagree to get to the bottom of what they were thinking, then it's going to be very difficult to actually ascertain the actual meaning behind it. And I guess the final thing I'll say is that we are, you know, within 6 months of an election. So if it's, I don't know what the value would be for this council to get a report back before the end of the term when we're launching into a whole new term with possibly a lot of different faces around the table. So that would be my follow-up to that. Councillor Weeb, I saw you waving your hand.
Yeah.
Are you interested?
Thank you, Chair Wishy. With you know, I think I may have had a question there, but I'm going to let it go. I think you kind of covered it for me. For what it's worth, I don't think I'm going to support the motion.
Okay. So I have, if there's nothing further, I have read the motion. So I will ask for a show of hands of who's in favor. So I see 4, and who's opposed? and I see 4, and I make 5. So motion defeated. Thank you. Okay, moving on to 6.1.3, Margaret Stead, proposed amendment to bylaw 2021-52- road name approvals. And I'll read the motion. That committee recommends the following proposed road names be added to bylaw 2021-52 in brackets consolidated list of road names for 911 civic addressing purposes, close bracket. 1 Lynn Boulevard, I guess that means Boulevard, Oliver Crescent, Northland Lane, Horizon Lane, Mackenzie Heights Lane, and further that road name Middle Woods Lane be removed from the bylaw, and further that the amending bylaw be forwarded to council for consideration. Margaret, there you are. It's like Hollywood Squares. I have to look around and see where you're sitting. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and committee. This report is fairly straightforward. It's similar to a road naming report I had done in late December. This, of course, is different road names, different locations. The report provides that detail as well as the maps showing the locations of these. So happy to answer any questions.
Questions from council? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Where are we? We are at 6.1.4, of which I have declared conflict, and therefore I can't even chair it. So I will pass the chair back to Mayor Terziano, and I will disappear temporarily.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Liffey. I have a resolution moved by Deputy Mayor Alcott, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It is recommended that applications RC 10 2021 HTE be approved in accordance with the original road and shore road allowance closing policy, Development 07, conditional on the applicant pay all survey, legal, and associated expenses. The sale price for the land proposed to be closed in accordance with the fee and charge bylaw as amended. A survey and duplicate be provided showing the shore road allowance as specific part on the plan. A registered transfer deed of land for the road allowance be filed with the municipality within 1 year of the date of the motion approving the application, or the motion will be considered null and void and a new application will be required. That any utility plant located on the property proposed to be closed be given an easement. The shore road and road allowance is hereby declared as surplus to the town's needs. The portion of the shore road and road allowance being closed merge in title with part of Lot 21, Concession 1 Brunel, and further that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign the necessary documentation pertaining to the closure and sale of said road allowance. And that one is for Goddard 1042 Channel Road, and I will go to Jessica.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Terziano. This application is with respect to a shore road and original road allowance closure at 1042 Channel Road. Channel Road is actually a Lake of Bays road, and at the end of the road, there's a peninsula, which is in Huntsville. The applicant has a small water access lot, which he would like to close the shore road allowance in half of the original road allowance to add to the lot size. The original road allowance is actually shared with Lake of Bays. The road allowance closure does comply with the policy. However, it does lead to water. In consideration of this fact, staff considered relevant sections of the official plan, being Part E 3.11.3, which municipal road allowances, which could become part of a trail, a link in a trail system, will not be conveyed out of public ownership. There is no existing trail systems in this area. Part E 3.11.5, where public land adjacent to or abutting water shall be retained or acquired, where it represents the only existing access to the water. It's appropriate size for the use. Any conflicts with abutting properties can be mitigated, and adequate road, trail, or water access to the site is available. This original road allowance is only 33 feet. As I mentioned, the other half is shared with Lake Bays. It is small for recreational use, and there is no trail or road access to this area of the original road allowance. The terrain is steep and rocky, making it inaccessible and dangerous from the public road to the water. In order to develop this as a public park, the cost to improve it to an accessible standard would be quite expensive. In addition, Lake Bays has recently approved an application to close the other half of the original road allowance. Part E, Section 5 was also considered, where the town will not stop up or sell unmaintained road allowances where there is a possibility of a future use, and road allowances leading to water shall not be sold unless there is a more usable access in the area. There is another more usable access point on Lake Bays, which is shown on Appendix C of the report. It's actively used by the public and maintained by the town. No objections were received on this application, and based on the above review, staff are in support of the closure. Thank you.
Thanks, Jessica. Questions? Not seeing any. I have one question, Jessica, and it's a little bit it's a little bit all encompassing because we have like about 5 reports that are all in the same area. But before passing the first one, I think it's pertinent to ask: is there something going on that we are having so many of these road allowances that lead to water in this one little area that we should be concerned about? Because as you pointed out, we don't generally close roads that lead to water, and we've got about 4 of them here, I think.
Yes, you're correct. We do have 3 applications for consideration today. Honestly, I think the neighbors just were in talking with one another, and I believe the 3rd application on the agenda was the one that I had received first and communicated with the neighbor. In addition, this Goddard application that's before us, they recently purchased the property, so that's sort of what twigged them to submit this application.
Okay. And further, the beach that we maintain over on South Portage Road, do you know offhand how far away it is from these road allowances over down on Price's Point? I don't mean by water, I mean by actual road travel.
I'm sorry, Mayor Terziano, I don't know the distance.
Okay. Okay. Deputy Mayor Alcock?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm so glad you asked that question because I knew there was something. And I think, Jessica, you've answered it. So it's not a case of they're getting together because they're nervous that some people actually are starting to access water from this access point. And if that's the case, you sort of wonder, maybe that's why they're stopping it up, because they're worried that some people have paid or noticing it.
Jessica?
Through you, Mayor Terziano, no, that was not indicated to me. The Goddard application, they wanted to increase their lot size, and the 3rd application, they wanted to build a garage, so they also wanted to increase their lot size. The idea of the public accessing the road allowance as a concern has not been brought to my attention.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any further questions. But just before I call the question, though, I want to just confirm one more time. This is a road allowance that leads to water. It is not a usable road allowance, and it's actually only half of a 66-footer, correct? Okay, thanks. All in favor of the resolution? And that carries, and it should be noted that Councillor Withey declared a conflict of interest. And Councillor Withy, if you come back, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Whoops, sorry, I was using the wrong mouse. Okay, 6.1.5, report number Corp 2022-26 RC-/0822 Wilson ORA closure -1030 Channel Road. The motion that applicants RC 08-2022 HTE be approved in accordance with the original road and shore road allowance closing policy development -07, conditional on 1, the applicant pay all survey, legal, and associated expenses. 2, the sale price for the land proposed be closed in accordance with the fees and changes bylaw as amended. 3, a survey in duplicate be provided showing the shore road allowance as a specific part of the plan, on the plan. 4, a registered transfer/deed of land for the road allowance be filed with the municipality within 1 year of the date of the motion approving the application, or the motion will be considered null and void and a new application will be required. 5, that any utility plant located on the property proposed to be closed be given an easement. 6, the original road allowance is hereby declared a surplus to the town's needs. 7, the portions of the original road allowance being closed merge in title with lot 6, Plan M467. And further, that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign the necessary documentation pertaining to the closure and sale of said road allowance. Jessica, over to you.
Thank you, Councillor Withy. As we just discussed, this is another application on Channel Road. It's on the east side of the peninsula, opposite the application we just discussed. This applicant is seeking to also close the Huntsville half of the original road allowance. The applicant previously closed their shore road allowance, and they have an existing license of occupation for a septic bed located on this original road allowance they are looking to close. Due to the age of the license of occupation, no fee is currently being collected. As the original road allowance leads to water, we considered the same provisions of the official plan. I won't reread those sections, but I will address how staff feel that they are met. The property is again only 33 feet, which is small for a recreational use. There is no trail or road access to the original road allowance. The applicants slightly cross private property and to get to the original road allowance and their property from Channel Road. To travel from the public road, Channel Road, and follow the original road allowance down to the water, there is also a rock outcropping, which is hard to traverse, and there is a steep slope leading to the water. The Lake of Bays half of the original road allowance remains open. The applicants also have an active tile bed located on the original road allowance. So if the town wanted to use this as a regular public access, that would need to be removed prior to any maintenance or improvements done by the town. There is also another more usable access point on Lake of Bays. And Councillor Weeb did inform me that it's 1.5 kilometers. It is actively used by the public and maintained by the town. No objections were received on this application, and based on this review, staff are in support of the closure. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? 1, 2, 3. Okay, that carries. Thank you. Jessica, we've got another one. These are so long, eh? Is there any way we can? Anyway, 6.1.6, report number Corp 2022-27 RC/16-2021 Needley/Wallace 1032 and 1034 Channel Road. That application RC 16-2021 HTE be approved in accordance with the original road and shore road allowance closing policy development -07, conditional on: number 1, the applicant pay all survey, legal, and associated expenses. 2, the sale price for the land proposed to be closed be in accordance with the fees and charges bylaw as amended. 3, a survey and duplicate be provided showing the road allowances as a specific part on the plan. 4, a registered transfer / deed of land for the road allowance and shore road allowance be filed with the municipality within 1 year from the date of the motion approving the application, or the motion will be considered null and void and a new application be required. 5, that any utility plant located on the property proposed to be closed be given an easement. 6, the shore road and original road allowance is hereby declared as surplus to the town's needs. 7, the portions of the shore road and original road allowance being closed merge in title with the respective abutting lots. And further, that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign the necessary documentation pertaining to the closure and sale of said road allowance. Jessica.
Thank you, Chair Withy. This is the last application on Channel Road at 1032 and 1034 Channel Road. The applicants are seeking to close the shore road allowance at the front of their lots and the Huntsville half of the original road allowance at the back of their lots. This is just west of the application we just discussed. No objections have been received and staff have no concerns with the proposal. The original road allowance and shore road allowance closure policy would permit the Director of Legislative Services to approve this application. However, staff are requesting committee consideration of the original road allowance closure in conjunction with the previous application just approved, so as to not leave any remnant parcels of land on the original road allowance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, comments on this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you. 6.1.7, report number Corp 2022-28 RC 2020 or 22, 23, 24, 2021 Silverberg OSRA closure 3351-3357 South Portage Road. That applications RC 22, 23, 24, 2021 HTE be approved in accordance with original road and shore road allowance closing policy, development -07, conditional on number 1, the applicant pay all survey, legal, and associated expenses. Number 2, the sale price for the land proposed be in accordance with the fees and charges bylaws amended. 3, a survey and duplicate be provided showing the road allowance as a specific part on the plan. 4, a registered transfer / deed of land for the road allowance be filed with the municipality within 1 year from the date of the motion approving the application, or the motion will be considered null and void and a new application be required. 5, that any utility plant located on the property proposed be closed, be given an easement. 6, the road allowance is hereby declared a surplus to the town's needs. 7, the portions of the shorter road allowance being closed merge in title with respective abutting lots. And further, that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign the necessary documentation pertaining to the closure and sale of said road allowance. I'm afraid I'm going to be reciting this in my sleep tonight. Anyways, any comments or questions on this, please? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you. And I think that's time for my gig. I think it's over to Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, just before we do that, Council, it's 10 to 12 and we will take a lunch break, but we've got 3 community services report. Would you like to push through those before we take a break? Just nod yes if you would. Over to you, Councillor Wiebe.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Terziano. Good, because I was just all geared up, ready to go, and I was worried the air would come out of my sails. Okay, I'm going to start. I'm quite excited about this. I'm moved by Bob Stone, seconded by Tim Withy. It is recommended that staff be directed to use option 2 as outlined in report CS 2022-9 as the service delivery approach to complete the community services 5-year business plan for the Algonquin Theatre. So I'm going to turn this over to Matt, Trish, and supporting cast of Reba Frame. The staff, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe, and I appreciate that introduction. And I think I can still say good morning to council and staff. The staff report that's before you is prepared to provide council with an analysis of the historical proportion of usage types in the Algonquin Theatre to better understand the past service delivery model. This information allows staff to provide a recommended service delivery approach supported by this analysis of various types of uses. Our hope is for council to evaluate the options before you and provide direction, enabling staff to complete the business plan. During consultations between staff and council regarding the theatre's business plan, staff asked what the expectations were with respect to the type of operational model that is preferred. One of the targeted outcomes of those meetings was to understand if the goal of a theater is to make more money or provide more access to community groups, or is the focus to offer more movies and additional access to schools and youth groups to gain exposure to arts and culture. And the common answer heard during those meetings was a fusion of all those things, with everyone having a slightly different vision. So ultimately, the right mix of use is what staff is looking for direction on to then create an operational model that would become a part of the 5-year business plan. And understandably, it was a difficult question, and clearly this fusion approach is what staff needed clarity on, and as a result have taken the responsibility to do a full analysis of our past use of the theater. From that analysis, we've created 4 service delivery options for consideration. And each of those options have a specific strategic focus that could be used to develop the 5-year plan. So I'd like to just do a quick summary of those 4 options that are outlined in the staff report before you. So option 1 essentially is the average historical service mix from 2018 and 2019 operating years. This option would not result in a significant change in the subsidy level from the past. Therefore, we would not expect a significant change in cost to the taxpayer. This option is our baseline and is meant to help show our service delivery model from the past. So this option was really important as a starting point. I want to just highlight that the mix of usage types in each option is based on the theater being rented 60% of the time, which is in fact a high level of use compared to other theaters. And for the sake of analysis between all 4 options, we've carried that 60% of rented time into each option for consistency and for the purpose of analysis. But we changed the shift of the strategic focus with each of the options. So for option 2, it is more of a community service focus on nonprofit, youth, and schools, which have had a fairly low level of use in the recent past. And this would include groups such as the Huntsville High School, elementary schools, and groups such as Prism Theater and other youth-focused musical groups, amongst a number of others. So in addition, with option 2, there would also be a slightly higher mix of commercial rentals to help maintain the existing subsidy level, which helps to ensure that there's not a change in the impact to the taxpayer, as we would be maintaining the existing level of subsidy. So this option is an investment in the nonprofit creative community with an emphasis on youth and education, and is the option recommended by staff. Option 3 is a shift more towards commercial events. So examples of commercial activities include such events as Shantaro Productions. This option focuses on profitability and would not reduce the amount of use, would reduce the amount of use for other types of community, resident, and youth access. While this option would result in a significant reduction in subsidy level to the taxpayer, it isn't our recommendation to competing with the private sector and limiting access to local arts groups and cultural groups. And finally, option 4. Option 4 focuses on a heavier mix of resident events and nonprofit groups that are more adult focused. Usage would be heavier on private activities like weddings or private movie nights, YWCA type of events, Huntsville Theater Company, etc. Option number 4 also has a much lower mix of commercial rentals. This type of use would significantly increase the subsidy level for the theater and create an increased impact to the taxpayer. This option is also not recommended. The recommended option number 2, if chosen by council, will provide an increase in school and youth usage of the theater and would be offset by a slightly higher amount of commercial use, and would also continue to provide nonprofit and resident usage as well. The results of this option is dependent on the assumption that by 2023, we will start to see more typical use of the theater, similar to pre-COVID. The recovery from COVID will take time. However, we are optimistic there is a demand to get back into the theater and hopefully back to normal. I'd like to, through you, Councillor Wiebe, pass it over to Riva. I think she had a couple of things she wanted to add.
Okay, thanks, Trish, and through you, Mr. Chair. At this point, I just wanted to provide a few important notes, I think, relating to the analysis that was provided in the report. So as Trish mentioned, we did undertake a historical analysis of theater events that occurred in a pre-pandemic time. So we looked at 2018 and 2019. Because no two events are exactly the same, the revenues related to those events are never exactly the same. So the historical analysis focused more on the service mix of the event. So basically that's the breakdown of the types of events that were held at the theater during a pre-pandemic time. So we did see a trend in that service mix, which is provided in the report. And that's what was used to help develop the various options outlined in the report. So the other thing I wanted to highlight is that the graphs are provided in the report, and they're really meant to provide a visual of the comparison of the options. So, you know, Trish just provided details of those options a minute ago, and I just wanted to provide a little bit more clarification on what the graphs are showing. So with option 1, we are anticipating, you know, a certain level of revenues to remain consistent with historical amounts. So all assumptions remaining the same, but with a change in the service mix, option 2 is expected to be fairly similar with respect to a revenue and margin perspective. Option 3, again, includes the same assumptions, but with a different change in the service mix, you know, being more commercial. So it's expected to bring in more revenues and have better margins. And then option 4, again, includes the same base assumptions with yet a different service mix. And that option is expected to bring in less revenue than options 1, 2, and 3. So the revenues and margins are really not meant to be a focus on the graphs, like the numbers themselves. It's more the difference in the options that's important to note on those. So that was just kind of a little bit of clarification I wanted to provide on the graphs and what they really mean.
Okay, thanks for that, Riva. Thanks for some of that analysis. I am going to, unless there's anything else to add from staff, I think we're going to go to questions and we can kind of get into this report. So I'm going to start with Councillor Withey and then we're going to go to Councillor Bobstrom.
Thank you, Chair Wiebe, and thanks for this report. It's very comprehensive. I don't have a problem with the recommendation. I think, I think we're honestly looking for that fine balance, which is often hard to attain. I know I see in the report there's no actual numbers. My question would be, even if we adopt the recommendation, will we see numbers applied to each of these options at the end of the day? Or if we say option 2 today, you're only going to give us the numbers for option 2? Because I'd be curious to see some of those numbers for each option at some point. I know Riva's not very happy with me right now. I don't know if that was reflected in their survey, but anyways, sorry to go back there. But anyways, that'd be my request. Thanks.
You want to add anything, Riva?
Yeah, so through you, Chair Weeb. So as I'm sure you can understand, that the analysis and the projection of the revenues are fairly difficult to do at this point, especially, there are just so many assumptions that go into this. So that's why we tried to keep as many things kind of static as we could, and really tried to focus on the service mix. So the idea behind the projections for this report is to show you, relative to one another, what are we expecting the options to do? So, I mean, the whole premise of this report is to gain a strategic direction that council wants us to go in, and then work those numbers in, a little bit more detail. Once we have that idea of where are we going, or what's the idea, what's the strategic plan for this, right? And Trish, I know you're.
Go ahead, Trish, you want to add something?
Thanks. And yes, thanks, Reva. Sorry, I hope I wasn't interrupting you. And through you, Chair Weeb, I think that's a great question. And honestly, I think in fairness, seeing the report, seeing the projections, seeing where we land in terms of a vision for the operational model, whatever council decides to choose today, we will need to do some financial projections for that particular model. I mean, that's part of putting together our operating budget, but I realize that is also a part of the business plan. So those numbers I would anticipate, we would offer those projections for the model, but to do that full analysis for all four, I tend to have to agree with Reva. Thank you.
Councillor Stone.
Thank you. So from conception, we knew that the theater was never going to be a moneymaker. And we needed to be okay, and we still need to be okay with a level of loss for running the theater. It can't be a money pit, for sure. My question is somewhat similar to the former, in the sense that I presume that level that we're prepared to live with is more consumer driven. So presumably if some big acts want to come to town, and we'll take their money, and that's great. But if we can have a lot of community use and maintain that certain level of loss, so to speak, then we should be okay with it. So this option 2 seems to be targeting a little bit more local use and offsetting it with the commercial use, but ultimately it's going to be consumer driven. And all I care is that you hit that mark that we're shooting for. And I love that we're trying to get more community use out of it, for sure. That's ultimately what we're here for. And I look at the theater much like we have, like our sports fields. We put a lot of money into our sports fields. This is just another asset that our community can and should use. So the simple question, can you confirm that it's ultimately consumer driven?
Trish or Matt, who else want to take that?
Sure, I'll take that. I think to answer that question, Councillor Stone, and through you, Chair Weeb, we're not going to turn anybody away. So I think that kind of, directly answers your question. If someone's knocking at the door and, whether it's a youth group, a commercial event, or a nonprofit, we're not turning anyone away. So we are absolutely open for business. The idea behind this option, should you go with option 2 or any option for that matter, if you change the option, that's where our focus is going to be. That's where we're going to dial in terms of what our operating plan needs to be in the business plan. It changes our focus, it changes our goals. So that's essentially what we're hoping to understand today, but absolutely not turning anyone away.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm going to go to the mayor and then the deputy mayor.
Thank you. I think the deputy mayor was before me, but.
This is a trend now.
Is it? Okay. As you may well be expecting, a number of questions, so I'm not sure how many I can ask, but The first thing I want to do before I get to the questions, though, is make a comment. And believe me, don't misinterpret this comment, because there was probably no more exciting time in the theater than the first time the high school put a play on in there for 6 days, or the first time that, 400 seats were occupied by a grade 3-4 class watching a professional show. I think that the youth should be in our theater as much as they possibly can be. However, my comment is, we just had a report earlier in the day talking about the demographics in Huntsville, and the lowest demographic number is actually youth. So we have to be careful where we place our target. And not so much our target, but too much of our resources to try to fill something with a demographic that is very small in this town. That's just a comment. So my first question is, historically, it would have been nice to have included maybe 2017 in the numbers, because there's a 10% gap in Huntsville Festival of the Arts usage between 18 and 19. And to me, I would really want to know what that is, because that's a third of their overall usage. It would have been nice to see what the number was on 17. It would be nice to know where you show the movies, and this is in current numbers, at 6%. How many events is 6%? How many movies do we currently show? Because we don't show any increase in movies with option 2, yet I believe we have a contract with Real Alternatives to come to the theater, which is going to bring in at least a show a month. So what would that do to that 6%? I guess that would be a question. And while option 2 says that the residential and the Huntsville Festival of the Arts and the youth is going to increase usage, you're actually decreasing usage from 72% to 69% in those 3 groups with the option that you're presenting. So that confuses me. And I think the definition of what youth in school is, and probably a good question for Matt, because I think of the commercial youth dance groups that you bring in, Matt. Are they considered youth, or are they considered commercial when you're targeting these? The other question is, what are rentable hours? You say that the industry standard is to rent 60%. What are rentable hours? And the last question is, option 2 is reducing the residential usage by a third of what they currently rent. To me, if you're targeting anything to be a reduction, that's not a good target. I believe the right mix, I think Councillor Stone touched on it, the right mix is what is being demanded by both the patrons and the clients, and that hopefully we wouldn't be approving any option that does not suggest that we're either going to see an increase in revenues or usage, or ideally both. And I don't think option 2 does that. So I don't know if there's anything that you can help clarify from those or not.
Okay, so that's quite a bit to unpack there. So I'm hoping, Trish, the 3 of you can kind of go through the items there, because there's some good discussion to be had there. So go ahead.
Thanks very much, Councillor Weeb, and thank you, Your Worship. So I'll try to tackle a couple of those things. I was busy scribbling notes. So with respect to the usage, to understand what the focus is of the theater is really important in terms of putting together a business plan. So to echo what I just spoke about earlier, we're not going to turn away any business. It's around how we target the target audience and how we target certain groups. So we'll certainly have residential use. And there's a number of groups that want to come back. There are a number of groups that are back. So I don't see, turning those groups away. If it happens to be that, nonprofit resident use ends up being, 22% of our usage by the end of, let's say, 2023, that's great. We're going to measure that at the end of 2023. However, the groups, the youth groups, the education piece is what we're suggesting that we would go after. And it's more than just schools. It's more than just, Prism Theater. There's all kinds of other opportunities, and maybe Matt can talk about that in terms of, music groups, piano lessons, different types of musical lessons. Sorry, those are a couple of, I'm hoping I'm answering a couple of your questions, Mayor Terziano. Reva, I'm not sure if you wanted to tackle any of that, or Matt, if you wanted to talk about the piece around the dance schools.
Matt, I see you lit up, so why don't you go ahead?
Thank you, Chair Weeb, through you to Mayor Terziano. Actually, I wanted to also address the question in regards to the Huntsville Festival of the Arts that Mayor Terziano had with the 10% decrease. The Festival of the Arts, not speaking for Dan or the festival, but they have moved and tried to diversify their portfolio by choosing different venues. So that 10% decrease that you saw in 2017, and you'll see some this year as well, but not much, is going to other venues, whether it would be the whether it be Canvas Brewing or it be the fairgrounds or something like that. So there's where you might see that slight decrease. We do have a solid booking in the theater for this year for them, so we're very much looking forward to that. In regards to the dance, Mayor Terziano, are we talking local groups or the dance companies that come in?
That's my question. What would you consider the groups that come up here from Toronto that are fully youth groups, but they're actually commercial ventures?
Through you, Chair Weeb, to you, Mayor Terziano, they're 100% commercial. We've always charged them 100% commercial. We have 3 of them coming in May of this year, and they are, even though they're only here for 3 days or 4 days at a time, they're huge revenue drivers for not only the theater, but the town.
Yeah, and I realize you would charge them commercial, but would they be filling your percentage that you're trying to attain to youth? Would you consider that youth?
Through you, Chair Weeb, to Mayor Terziano, I'd like Trish to jump in on this if you don't mind. To me, I'm just thinking strictly commercial. The youth would be more of an education-based or through local schools, or as Trish mentioned, whether we're having guitar lessons on stage or acting classes or improv groups in areas like that.
Anything to add, Trish, or is that pretty well?
Sure, yeah, I'll follow that up. Thanks, through you, Councillor Weeb. That's correct. So the dance schools would be commercial venues, and we wouldn't necessarily consider that part of that percentage for the youth and education component.
Okay, for now, Mayor Terziano, is that kind of give enough to chew on for now, and we can keep going around?
Yeah, I could go back. If somebody would just drill down on what are rentable hours? Because when you're only looking at your goal is to only operate at 60% of rentable hours, I'm just wondering how many hours a week that actually would equate to.
Through you, Councillor Weeb, and thanks for that question, Mayor Terziano. So that's 60%. So that was also an exercise in itself. So essentially what we did is we reviewed what we considered the primetime hours and the non-primetime hours of the theater. And then of course there's the dark hours. So that would be overnight when of course you're not operating late in the evening. So the usage hours equate to prime time is basically the heavier use of the theater. And that would be essentially Thursday to Sunday from noon hour to 11 p.m. With the exception of late evenings on Sundays, that would be considered non-prime time. So the non-prime time hours, that's basically the unregular use of the theater, or not the most wanted time in the theater. And that's essentially Monday afternoons Tuesday and Wednesday all day, as well as Thursday to Sunday mornings.
Anything to add? I see.
I guess just I don't want to go away from this question. So your Thursday to Sunday noon to 11 is about 44 hours. So are you suggesting that your goal is to rent 60% of those 44 hours?
Through you, Councillor Weeb, our goal is to, at a minimum, hit 60% of all rentable hours, non-prime time and prime. So we're looking at increasing renting during the non-prime time hours as well. So that would be part of our target, which is where the youth component and other target audiences would come into. If we exceed that, which would be great, we're not going to like cap it and not have other users come in. 60% basically is where it was our medium use during 2018 and 2019. And so we're anticipating with our current resources that we'll hit that again moving forward.
Okay, so can I just sort of jump in there really quick? Essentially, are we saying we'd like to rent every Friday night and Saturday if possible? That's the kind of the goal. That's a kind of a good starting goal to try and get as many primetime hours as possible. That's the first stop for renting the theater. That's a fair assumption.
Yes, through you, Councillor Weeb, that is a fair assumption. I think that we're going to far exceed that. So it's not the prime times that are necessarily the challenge. It's the non-prime times where we need to dig and have some more targeted conversations with user groups to get them in and do something different, something a little bit more unique, so we can use the space during those times.
Great, that sheds a little more light. Now I'm saving the best for last. Deputy Mayor Alcock, the floor is yours.
Why, thank you, Chair Weeb. Actually, it's really good following the Mayor and Councillor Stone, because they both covered pretty much everything I had and more. I was really pleased to hear that we're not going to turn anyone away, and that it would be market driven fundamentally, because I think that's really critical. And I think Trish, you made the comment about not competing with the private sector, and I kind of hear you on that, except that I've been to a ton of, like we all have, a ton of events, and I know that for so many people that play, so it's the commercial sector, people who are musicians, this is one of the best venues around. They love it, and they always comment on it. So I feel like, I think we should be competing. This is a venue that people like to play in. So I think placing a priority on that sector is really important. Having said that, I also completely agree with what the Mayor said. I absolutely support doing things that are different and encouraging educational opportunities, having lecture series, and doing that as much as we can. And I don't know if there will be enough in the way of the youth area that could fill the theater as much as we'd like, but certainly kudos if we can do that. But I do think that I'm really happy that Councillor Stone asked the question. It's market driven fundamentally, and if we've got people wanting to be in the theater, then we should be responding to that. So that's it. Those are my comments.
Great comments. I'll go back to Mayor Terziano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one additional comment, and actually Deputy Mayor Alcock reminded me of the competition piece too. And we do need to, I get that you want to be fair to our community, but we built the performance space. We are the performance space. They're actually competing with us now. And Deputy Mayor Alcock's absolutely right. We have one of the best performance spaces around, and artists love it. So we should not be worrying about competing with other venues. They should be considered to be competing with us. It's what we do, provide performance space. But just, I mean, I want to support the focus that you want to take. I don't, I mean, I want to help you move forward, but the only thing in here operationally, and I realize you're not doing your finances yet, you're only suggesting at best that you will increase revenues by the cost of living or 2%. You aren't focusing anything on increasing usage in the theater or increasing revenues in the theater. And if that's not a goal, then I don't know why we're proceeding to write a business plan. Because really the goal of the business plan is to increase something. And so to adopt the resolution the way it's written right now, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know whether I can support it.
Trish, go ahead.
Thanks very much, Councillor Wieben. I appreciate the question. Option 2, in order to increase the number of youth and education users in the theater, will have to increase usage if we're going to maintain that subsidy level that we had in option 2. Then just by that fact, by having less nonprofit resident usage, it's the price of renting the theater for a youth group or an education type rental means we have to bring more in order to make those targets. So I think in option 2, you'll see that will be what we need to do. So in fact, you will see increased usage of the theater while still maintaining that subsidy level.
Okay. Is there anything else? Anyone else have any thoughts on it? On the theater use, etc. I think it's a pretty exciting endeavor, I think, to move this forward and to really start to attach some ideas and plans and sort of strategies to build this business plan and to really build for success in the future. I agree that while we do attract big acts and big performances, and they love to play the theater, we do still need to focus and carve out some more space in the youth and educational side of things. And I think if we, I think supporting option 2, if it's not my place to speak out of turn here, I think that might be the best strategy to diversify our offering and really see some positive growth. I am going to Councillor Fitzgerald on this. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Wiebe. I appreciate you recognizing my late hand going up. I enjoyed everyone's comments, and I think I had some kind of idea that we were going to have different opinions about where this should go. And for me, I like the big acts in the theater, and I like the community groups using the theater. I think in the end, we built the theater to service the community, not to make money. And that's the bottom line. We're here to provide that theater, whether it be through entertainment or for use for the groups. So for me, it's not about the monetary thing. It's about the business plan, which involves the direction we're going to go in, not necessarily the monetary value of it. So I do believe that we do have a business plan here. And I do like number 2 because it's a good mix, and it's beneficial to, I would say, probably most categories in the community, most of our demographics. So I think I'll be supporting number 2.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Wiebe. Great work on the report. All 3 of you supporting Cast Riva. I just wanted to say too, yeah, I'm in agreement with this. I think and I like option 2. I know I had talked about, I wasn't too sure, but yeah, I'm really on board now with option 2, having conversation with you, Trish. And I do agree with Councillor Fitzgerald. I don't think having the numbers, really, we're not here about the numbers and putting a number to each of the option as far as a financial base goes. I think once we make that decision, then that's where the number goes. But I agree, it's not about the the numbers necessarily. It's about, we want it to be community-based, and we want sort of that balance of how do we offset and make it, like you're saying, to increase a little in the commercial in order to offset what we, benefit from the community. So I'm in agreement with option 2.
Thanks for that. I'm going to go back to Councillor Withy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Briefly, just to repeat what I said a long time ago, I do think it is important to see the numbers for all these options. And hopefully if it's voted to accept option 2, we can still get an indication of where the others line up in some form or another.
So sorry, if I can interrupt you. It sounds like we're somewhat in agreement around the table with option 2, but there's still a little bit of data that we'd like to see prior to adopting it at council in 28 odd days. Does that sound fair? I don't need to put words in anyone's mouths, but I'm just looking for if there's any supplementary, if there's anything hinging on voting today, that there's some more information that is desired by committee. Councillor Stone, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, it's perfectly clear that this is just trying to point the needle in a direction, and we know that it's going to be consumer driven in the end, but this is just headed towards getting a direction in order to write the full business plan, which is what we'll ultimately be voting on. So I'm happy to move forward right now.
Okay, so a couple of hands lit up, and I'm going to go to Councillor Armour because I haven't heard from you yet on this.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to echo what Councillor Stone just said. I don't think the hard part, though, this is throwing numbers at something because it's an unknown. I don't think we really know how many youth are going to rent it, how many dance academies are going to, how many out of town commercial areas are going to come and rent it. So I think this is a good starting point, and we needed that, and now we need to move forward and get out there and promote it more.
That's a good point. There's still things like how many cans of soda we sell and bags of chips coming, right? In relation to how many seats, bums are in seats. Mayor Terziano, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just my last comment, and I'll support the direction you want to take, as long as you are going to continue to let the market drive what goes into the theater. And my only concern when you say you're going to focus on one thing is you're going to spend all of your available hours to try to find those renters, and therefore not have enough resource to service the renters that might be out there already knocking on the door, or could be close by, and we're bypassing them because our focus is so much on potentially groups that don't exist. So that's the only thing I caution, is make sure that you're open to not just allocating all your resources to trying to find a specific group. That's all I'll say.
That's a fair point. If I want to, I have one more comment I want to make on the demographic question of us being a little bit lagging or smaller in the youth side of things, and could that be maybe a warning sign? I sort of see it. I sort of see it as the opposite. I would worry that we start to focus more programming towards where our demographics are, and we might see an acceleration of a lack of youth engagement. And so I think seeing the numbers that are a little low in the youth side, I think that's all the more reason why we have to really get out and carve out a bit of that market and bring them in and really create a more robust youth user group, essentially a school user group. And without getting into things that are what goes on online, et cetera, I think it's more important now than ever. That's the last of my comments. Anyone else want to? Seeing none, so I'm going to call the question as I had read it. All those in favor? And that carries. So the next step, off you go, and we're going to want to see some more numbers and strategies headed in this direction. And so we're very excited, and hope. I think June is kind of the idea of when we'll be meeting next on this. Trish, do I have that right? July, maybe? Disappeared from my screen.
Sorry. Yes, end of June. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks everyone. Great discussion. We're going to move on to the next item, which is, I have a motion here moved by Karen Terziano, seconded by Nancy Alcock, whereas on October 27, 2021, General Committee adopted recommendation number GC 201-21 report CS 2021-12 Ironman Muskoka 7.3 contract renewal and 2021 event follow-up. And whereas committee recommended approval of race route number 3 alteration that included no full road closures pending approval from the special event advisory team seat. And whereas the special event advisory team seat have approved the race route that does require the full road closure of Park Drive and no other road closures. Now, therefore, it is recommended that the agreement with Trisport Events, Inc. be extended as amended for 1 year to include July 10th, 2022, and include the full road closure of Park Drive and no other road closure. And further that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign any necessary documentation to the satisfaction of the Director of Community Services. Greg, I think this is a Greg. Do I see you anywhere on my screen?
Thank you,
There
Councillor.
you are. Greg, the floor is yours. Go ahead. Anything to add?
Good afternoon, and through you, Councillor Weeb. A little bit of just some updates just from our October 27th General Committee meeting. The C team has approved the race routes. There are no road closures throughout the community, but there is the one road closure, which is why I'm here today, of Park Drive. It's about a 500-meter road closure of Park Drive through the Summit Center parking lot for the transition zone. And because Park Drive is officially a road, it does have one road closure. So that would be the only road closure. And then the other part was just to give you an update, because I didn't have that information back in October, that the Huntsville Municipal Accommodation Tax Association has supported the $25,000 for the licensing fee. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thanks for that. I'm going to go to committee. Any questions on it? Councillor Stone, go ahead.
Sure, just a quick one in the report. Can you explain why HMATA has requested that the town and HMATA have first right of refusal for the next 3 years?
Yeah, through you, Chair Weeb. My understanding from that is that they like the event and they'd like to make sure that they have the opportunity to have another stab at the renewal. So it's not going to be part of our contract with the town, with Ironman, with Trisport, but it was just nice to note that that was the information I received from the association. And I thought it was worth noting to council and committee that there's full support from the HMATA.
Great.
For the event.
Okay. Anyone else? Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. I've got another motion moved by Tim Withy, seconded by Dan Armour. It is recommended that committee accepts the Community Services Master Plan created by Monteith Brown and Tucker Reed Consultants as attached to report CS 2022-10, and further that the document be used as a reference and guiding document for future development of corporate plans in Huntsville. Simone, is this you?
It is.
Okay, go ahead. Anything to add?
Okay, thank you, Chair Weave. Through you, you do have before you the final Community Services Master Plan document, and within it, 90 recommendations. The recommendations are supported by the data and the research laid out in the document, and it accomplishes one of Council's strategic plan items for strategic plan as well as a mandate letter. They are itemized in the goals for Council in the report. There's quite a number of them that this plan accomplishes. It is to act as a guide in decisions, actions, and plans going forward for the next 10 years for community services and the corporation, not just community services, as we spoke about this morning with Steve, and that it does have impact on a number of other departments, if not all, going forward. So it is to act and to promote long-term strategies for healthy, active living in Huntsville, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks for that. And this is our second look at it. So I'm going to open the floor and I'm going to go to Councilor Withy first.
Thank you, Chair Weeb, and thanks, Simone, for this. Not to get too picky, but I see throughout this report, they keep mentioning that people are happy using our splash pad. I don't think we have one of those. I'm just checking. Did somebody sneak one in somewhere when we weren't looking?
Through you, Genevieve. I think it has been one of those items that certainly our consultant heard lots about throughout the entire process, that it is wanted from our community. They feel that there's a need. They have continued to express that wish. So certainly the consultant has forwarded that information to council. Again, it is just a recommendation to be considered in the future.
So they're not actually using a splash pad somewhere we don't know about?
No, sir.
That's a fair assumption. Any other questions on splash pads or otherwise? I'm not seeing any. I don't know if that surprises me or not, but all right. Anything else to add, Simone? We're all set.
I'm very appreciative through you, Chair Weeb, very appreciative of the consultants and their expertise through this process, but also with staff and council and our community. It was a very engaged group to be able to provide this to you. And I was thrilled with the response. It has meant a lot to staff to hear the response of the community and how essential community services and the offerings that we provide are, how important they are to our community members. So that was wonderful to hear, and areas of improvements, quick wins, long-term plans, lots of information, lots of work going forward, but we're excited about it.
Okay, thanks for that. I see Deputy Mayor Alcock is lit up, so the floor is back to you.
Thank you, Chair Weeb. I'll be really brief. It just dawned on me that I'm definitely supporting this, and I think, just to Simone's comment, there's a lot in it. And I like the wording in our motion that the document to be used as a reference and a guiding document for future development. And I think there are some good recommendations about bringing in different departments when we look at development plans and that sort of thing. And I just think there's some good information in there that we can take forward.
I couldn't agree more. I think that having a solid structure and a solid framework with a vision forward is crucial, because without it, things, as he mentioned this morning, sometimes people come out of the woodwork for requests, and often we don't really know how to react and what slot to put it in. So I think it's really vital. So I really want to take my hat off to our staff for putting this together and being able to shepherd through with the consultant to give us this guiding document. So with that, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? That carries, and that does it for me. So thanks everyone for your cooperation, your discussion. Mayor Terziano, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Councillor Weed. Council, do you want to have a lunch break? Okay, it's 12:38. Is 30 minutes enough, or? So let's reconvene at 1:10. Okay, thanks. we hearing anything about a weather event coming this afternoon?
Yes, we are.
Does it sound like freezing rain?
The freezing rain will be more overnight. Right now, it's looking like more of a snow event into the early afternoon. Around 7 p.m. is when the temperatures start to warm up and the freezing rain comes along.
I assume the crews are all ready.
Oh yeah. I hear the loaders right now just outside the office here loading up all the sand on everything. So
we're still just missing Councillor Schumacher, I think.
Your Worship, Councillor Schumacher. Oh, sorry, Crystal.
No, that's okay. Thank you. Councillor Schumacher did have to leave for the afternoon.
Oh, okay. Thanks. All right. Councillor Thompson, you're up then. We're ready to go with thoughts.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, Your Worship, my internet just keeps dropping in and out. So either Councillor Armour should maybe handle this portion or yourself. It would just be incredibly frustrating if I was to try to handle this and be constantly turning myself back on and out of here type of thing. So.
Okay, well, we will have Councillor Armour handle this piece of the meeting. Councillor Armour?
All right, thank you, Councillor Thompson, Mayor Terziano. We're moving on to 6.3. It's Operation and Protective Services. 6.3.1, Brandon Hall. Going through report OPS 2022-15. It's Main Street project and Kent Park update. This is for information only. Brandon, there you are.
Thank you, Chair Armour. Just an update on the Main Street Streetscape project as well as Kent Park, and I will start with Main Street. So as you're aware, the crews were back on site, started on March 14th. 2 sections to complete. The remaining part of phase 3, which is the Center Street intersection and in front of the gas station, and stage 4, which is from Center Street to Lawrence Street. So all businesses located within the closures will remain accessible at all times. Same procedures as last year. All planned upgrades are the same as last year, include all new water, sewer, and stormwater, new sidewalks, new accessible signalized intersection, street lights, street trees, all that Main Street streetscape elements. So we're looking at a completion for that section late April for the intersection work. And we're looking at a early July anticipated completion date for the section from Center to Lorne. Where we sit with that is there was an original contract completion date of May 27th, 2022. Due to the remaining work, the new completion date is now July 13th, 2022, is our anticipated completion date. Some things to note to that, there is some deficiency work that will be required on phases 1 through to 3 that did not get done last year. We've asked the contractor for some scheduling updates to help provide with that so we can still update the public. So there will be some minor construction work from the bridge to Center Street, some sidewalk work, deficiencies, stuff that happened over the winter, and stuff that didn't get addressed too in the summer. So you will see crews throughout all of Main Street. They will be doing proper traffic control and all that, but it is fairly minimal work. Overall, there hasn't been too many changes to the actual Huntsville streetscape elements portion of the contract. So we do anticipate to be on budget for that portion of it. We are looking at doing, our sweeping is going to start here in the next week. And as soon as we get the sweeping done, it's our staff's intent to get all the new street furniture installed on Main Street from the bridge up to Center Street. So that's going to include the garbage cans, the benches, the Muskoka chairs, I'm not too sure how early we can get the hanging flower baskets out, but the sooner we can, the better. But just to let you know that we are going to be starting our winter cleanup, and as soon as that is complete, we will be beautifying the downtown Main Street. So that's good news there. And other than that, that's basically it for Main Street at this point. Before I go into Kent Park, I just want to give you an update that we just got today. So crews are working nights in the intersection. It's been very productive. All underground works are now installed in that intersection. So that is a very positive thing. The weather has been cooperating with us quite a bit. So we are now running all the electrical, and you'll start to see the signalized intersection get installed within the next week. So that is a good news story, is they are making very good progress through that intersection, and fingers crossed that it gets open before the end of April. Now, just moving on to Kent Park, in talks with our contractor, they're anticipating to come back mid-April to start, weather dependent. If he can get here earlier, he will. We have some remaining work such as paver stones, trees and shrub plantings, landscaping, which is your topsoil and sod, wooden privacy fence, rock boulders, as well as some garbage cans and benches and Muskoka chairs too that can be placed in there. So that's the remaining work, and we anticipate to be early June of 2022 to complete that entire project. So with a few changes and stuff with that project, we still anticipate to be on budget at this time. If things change, obviously we will report back. But that's basically it for a brief update, and we'll keep you informed as things move forward and progress.
Yeah, thanks, Brandon, for that. Is there any questions from committee to Brandon or Tormo? I don't see any, so thanks again, gentlemen, and I'll turn the chair back over to the mayor.
Thank you, Councillor, and I'm going to just forward it right on to the Deputy Mayor for Development Services.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I have 2 dogs that have been barking like crazy, so fingers crossed that they're quiet. We're moving along to section 6.4 Development Services. Our first item is 6.4.1. And I do have a motion with respect to that, and I will read it now and then turn it over to Andrew. So a motion moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Mayor Terziano. It is recommended that the current taxi cab and limousine bylaw 2005-110 be repealed, and further that the draft vehicle for hire bylaw attached as Appendix A to Report Development 2022-43 be approved, and further that fees and charges bylaw 2021-88 be amended as outlined in the attached schedule I, and further that the bylaws be forwarded to council for final approval. And with that, there's Andrew. Over to you. Andrew, I don't know where, I'm not hearing you. Oh, now try. Can anyone else? No. It's funny, it doesn't show that your mute is on, so I don't know if there's something else going on. Nope. I'm looking to our techno wizards. Is Crystal available? Tanya, Crystal?
We see nothing on our end.
No way. Yeah, odd. I guess it wouldn't have anything to do with volume or anything, would it?
Don't believe so. Andrew, do you want to, I don't know if you can go into your settings and just double check that your microphone is turned on.
And if I may, Madam Chair, sometimes you have a second screen attached to your laptop, so it doesn't work. So if you unplug your second screen.
While Andrew's doing this, I will note we have been noticing an increase in technical issues.
You can tell there's some echoing or something going on. Yeah, sorry, Chris, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yes, nothing major, but people are flickering and there might be some issues. We don't know if it's to do with weather or the internet, maybe where people are. But just to keep that in mind, and just a reminder to council or to committee, if we do run into any issues, please just turn your video off and go onto mute right away and I will email you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the reminder. In the meantime, we might have a light show or something. Oh,
Okay.
I think we heard
Can
Andrew.
anyone hear me now? Okay, I did unplug
Yes.
my other monitor. Or
Okay,
my,
perfect.
one of them.
Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry about the technical difficulties. So the report before you is a follow-up to the January meeting where it was loud and clear that it was not a good idea, I'll say, to repeal the taxi and limousine bylaw and set up a voluntary registry for vehicles. And that was not the way to go. So before you is a draft vehicle for hire bylaw. The reason for the change from taxi and limousine to vehicle for hire, as we're all aware, there are new ways to get a ride around town, use your smartphone, pay for it, know exactly where they are, how close they are to picking you up and dropping you off, and then rating the driver on a star system or something like that. So that's the way this bylaw is headed. It's to modernize the way things are done. Fees were kept in the bylaw, and there's a broker fee, which is the owner of the company, and a fee for the registration of vehicles. The changes were made to Schedule I, which is the bylaw fees and charges bylaw, to reflect that, and both the draft bylaw and the user fee bylaw are attached to the report. And I'm here for any questions.
Thank you for that. For a succinct report. Thank you, Andrew. Are there any questions regarding this report? Look at that, Andrew.
Wow.
Don't do that too long. Someone might put a hand up. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions, so I am going to call the question. All those in favor? Look at that. That carries unanimously. Wow. Thanks, Andrew. So with that,
thanks to all of you.
We will move right along and go to 6.4.2, which is report number development 2022-44 business licensing bylaw amendments, refreshment vehicles. And I do have another motion that has been moved by Councillor Armour, seconded by Councillor Weeb. It is recommended that delegation of authority bylaw 2021-17 be amended to give the Director of Development Services the authority to approve the operation of more than one refreshment vehicle on the same property once an approved and completed refreshment vehicle license has been submitted to the town and meets the criteria outlined in bylaw 2017-111 as amended on an annual basis for the May to October term of the refreshment vehicle license. And further that committee approved the bylaw amendments made to bylaw number 2017-111 as attached to report development 2022-44. And further that the amending bylaws be forwarded to council for final approval. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is the changes to Schedule A of the business licensing bylaw and a few amendments that are going to reflect some of the issues and conversations that have been had, even going back to the fall, in reference to refreshment vehicles, the temporary stands, chip trucks, hot dog carts, things like that. Couple things were changed in the bylaw, and I believe they are in the draft as a red line version, but I should just double check here before I open my mouth. And yeah, so and then there was another amendment made to section 7, I believe, has to do with fire extinguishers. Consulted with Mike Vadla from the fire department, the fire protection officer, about that and his thoughts. So he changed it a little bit, nothing extenuous, but just to be a little more defined as to what type of fire extinguisher the refreshment vehicle is required to have on hand in case something gets out of hand, so to speak. And I'm here for any questions.
Okay, I see Councillor Stone has his hand up.
Thank you very much. So as everyone here knows, there's concern from the restaurants downtown that there's potential for a disproportionate massing of refreshment vehicles along John Street and Brendel Square. And so right now, you can have one refreshment vehicle per property.
Correct.
And now this change today allows the director to allow a second, but there's no mention of a limit, a third or fourth or fifth. So in thinking about this, I'm going to put forward an amendment to limit it to 2 refreshment vehicles as a maximum per property within a certain radius of the BIA. And the reason I'm asking for that is because I can see potential for a cluster of refreshment vehicles somewhere else in town, perhaps Highway 60, for example, to have, 5 or 6, and then something, it would be an attraction unto itself. However, I worry about the restaurants, the permanent restaurants downtown. So I am going to move an amendment to limit that, which is to allow for a maximum of 2 refreshment vehicles per property to be permitted within 500 meters of the BIA boundary.
Councillor Stone, has that amendment been prepared? And did you
Yes.
want, I guess I should ask the clerk if, look at that. I don't even need to ask.
I haven't asked for anyone to second it. I'm hoping it's
Okay, I can ask
reasonable.
if there is anybody who would be willing to second that amendment, and I can't see. Councillor Thompson, yes? Yep, okay, seconded by Councillor Thompson. And could I go back to the amendment just to read it? Everybody can have a chance to look at it. It is recommended that Delegation of Authority Bylaw 2021-17 be amended to give the Director of Development Services the authority to approve the operation of more than 1 refreshment vehicle on the same property once an approved and completed refreshment vehicle license has been submitted to the town and meets the criteria outlined in Bylaw 2017-111 as amended on an annual basis for the May to October term of the refreshment vehicle license, and further that committee approved the bylaw amendments made to bylaw number 2017-111 as attached to report development 22-44 with the following change. A maximum of 2 refreshment vehicles per property be permitted within 500 meters of the BIA boundary, and further that the amending bylaws be forwarded to council for their final approval. Okay, so I am going to, I believe Councillor Withy, you had your hand up first, followed by, and I apologize, I'm going to go to Mayor Terziano, followed by Councillor Wiebe, followed by Councillor Armour.
Okay, you're done? I didn't know you were done. I thought you're giving more lineups or something. Anyway, Andrew, gosh, everything that you have is not brief.
Sorry.
Your reports are. I'm trying to go so further to Councillor Stone's issue. I'm trying to scroll through here because I understand where he's coming. I thought there was something in here that said it can't be anything can't be in proximity of a restaurant already. I thought there was something in there. I'm just scrolling through, all these pages to try to find it. But the other part of it, I guess, is further to Councillor Stone. When you say a property, what's the definition of that? Because like is the parking lot where these are now, is that one property and which is a huge piece of property. Whoops, I just knocked a whole bunch of stuff over with my hands. But a huge piece of property that could accommodate more than 2, and I think maybe does now in front of Canvas there. I'm not 100% sure. I don't count these things, but I'm just looking for some clarity as to what Councillor Stone is looking for compared to what's already in here that already talks about existing restaurants. The other thing it might be interesting to see is somewhere where there's a map of where the boundary of the BIA is, because I don't have that in my head. So I just need some more clarity if
okay, there's a lot in that, Councillor Withy, and I noticed Councillor Stone, you put your hand up. Do you want to respond before I go let Andrew respond?
I can just quickly respond that the Brendel Square area, there's actually 13 different properties there. And I'm not saying they should be considered all one. No, there's 13 different properties. So Canvas property and the others potentially could have 2 each.
Right. Okay, thank you for that. And Andrew, would you mind responding to a number of Councillor Withy's comments? Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did take a couple notes here. So Councillor Withy, I think one of the items you referred to was about it being on the property of an existing restaurant. So section 3.2 of the draft bylaw has been removed. I believe I spoke about this back in January, and the way it's written, 3.2, was I don't believe the intended purpose or reasoning behind it. I'll use the property of Boston Pizza as an example. The way it was written was so that Boston Pizza, if it's the existing restaurant, could have, a pizza shack, if you will. Pizzas made inside, brought out, sold as slices, sold as whole pizzas for a family to take, instead of having to go into the restaurant, place an order, wait around, it could already be ready and be out there. Unfortunately, the way the bylaw was written, that's not how it reads, and that's not how it was intended. So that has been removed, which brings back to section 2.2, with there being 1 refreshment vehicle per property within place on any property in the town. Now, we are looking to, with the Director of Development Services and a completed application received by myself, to allow 2 per property. So the definition of property, I believe Councillor Stone is correct there. It looks like a puzzle. There's lots of different properties here and there, and it's not the only location in town where that is like that. So do we need a definition of property, or there is a definition of place, which means a space, area, or spot used for a particular purpose. I don't know if that kind of suits or answers your question about the property.
Do we need something that says, if I get your example with Boston Pizza, but should there be something that in there about in the premises of a restaurant that isn't related to the restaurant or something? I don't know.
So, yes, through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Withy, if you refer to section 2.3 in the draft bylaw, I think that might answer your question. It talks about a second one, but that can be maybe altered to read any refreshment vehicle not serving same types of fixed restaurant within 100 meters. You don't want a cluster of poutine places or burger places, you will, in one spot. What we're looking for here is variety.
Right.
Does that help?
Yeah, it does actually. Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned about fixed restaurants, as you call them here, in this stuff for sure. But I do like the variety of these food trucks that we get. I think that adds to the community as well. Yep. We got to strike that balance. But anyway, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And I think up next is Mayor Terziano.
Thank you, Chair Alpa. Andrew, 2.3 of the bylaw already specifies that a requested second vehicle does not serve the same types of food as any fixed restaurants within 100 meters.
Correct.
And that's great. But now with the amendment put forward about the second vehicle within 500 meters of the BIA, does anybody have a map with a circle of what 500 meters of the within 500 meters of the BIA? For example, if we talk about Boston Pizza, they've had a couple of food trucks on their property. I'm
Right.
assuming that's within 500 meters, but I'm wondering what else is.
Thank you, Mayor Terziano, through you, Chair. So if I can recall correctly, there was a map, I want to say back in the fall, showing the boundary from the west side of the bridge, so just past Pizza, and then there was a circle encompassing, but I honestly, I don't
have
remember.
that. We don't have a map now, is that?
Yeah, unless I can maybe try to find it in the report from the fall really quickly.
Would people be interested for Andrew to find that map?
Even generally, I mean, would that circle be running from the bridge all the way out to Canadian Tire, or does it, you know, I don't know how far 500 meters is.
Yes. First, I see Director Maxwell jumping in.
Chair Alcock, if I could just suggest, just using my mapping tool, the edge of the BIA is the Brunel side of the bridge. So I guess the westernmost portion of the bridge. 500 meters from there takes us to the intersection of King William and Cann and Cliff Avenue. So it would go to the edge of the Hyundai dealership if we were going to the east. So north would also be just past West Road and Elm Street. And in the west end, or the west side of the BIA limit is Lawrence Street on the west side. And so then that would take you past to the train station, give or take, if that's helpful.
Does that help everybody?
Can I follow up?
Mm-hmm.
So I just, the amendment to the resolution says we're not permitting a second food truck on, or any more than a second food truck on any property within 500 meters.
Right.
So any property within this circle could still end up getting licensed for 2. Is that correct?
I think so. Andrew?
Okay.
Yes.
Through you, yes, that would be correct.
So we're still allowing the 2 per.
The 2.
With
maybe, sorry, Madam Chair, maybe just to clarify, if perchance say, and I'll use the property, the big parking lot at Canvas, if there was more than the 2, they would be brought before, they would have to come before committee to get permission for, say, a 3rd or even a 4th, if that's what somebody wants to do.
Right. In essence, what we're asking today is delegate the authority to the Director of Development Services to be able to do this up to a maximum of 2. If there was a case where someone wanted a 3rd, it definitely has to come back to committee and council, right?
Correct. That's how I would see that.
No, okay. Councillor Stone
no.
is shaking his head with disapproval.
So Director Maxwell can correct me, but I believe that Director Maxwell can approve a 2nd.
Yes.
But there's no indication that she couldn't approve a 3rd as well. And that's why my amendment.
Your amendment.
Right.
Okay. Gotcha. So you're just ensuring that it's a maximum. She can do that to a maximum of. Director Maxwell, would you comment on that? Is this amendment required in order to ensure that? Is that your take on that?
The bylaw doesn't have limitations built
So
into
it
it that says anything about more than 2. So that does make sense. And yeah, that would be required if that was the case.
Okay, so we are discussing the bylaw for sure, and it is necessary if that's what we want to do. Okay, thank you. I think Councillor Armour, you were next. Or was it?
Yeah, I had my hand up, I
Reid?
had my hand down. Questions got answered, I'm just curious. Last year, did we have more than 2 on any piece of property in that area?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Armour, the only location was the property of Boston Pizza, where there were 3. But again, the way the bylaw was written, because it was an existing restaurant on the property, those 3 were exempt. We've removed that. So now this will encompass that area as well.
Okay, so follow up, sorry. So wasn't it exempt if somebody had a restaurant on a property that they could have extra food trucks? So last year, I think we talked about that with Boston Pizza last year, letting them allow 3 because they're already in a restaurant establishment and they were allowed to have an extra. So I just wanted to see how that falls into this.
So that provision in the bylaw is being removed.
So they won't be able to have 3 if they want to.
No, they'll have the 2 at maximum.
Okay. Have they been consulted on this by any chance?
Not, no, sorry.
Okay. All right, thank you. And Councillor Weeb, did you you were next, if you actually
Sure,
next
I
a
may.
couple ago.
That's okay. Thank you. I kind of like Councillor Armour, in and then out. So just to be clear, if you own a restaurant and you are exempt from your own food truck that sells your own wares outside the door, I think of Boston Pizza was a good example, but I know Three Guys the same way. They sell
Right.
three stuff in a trailer out front. And if they decided they wanted to add another truck, that would be okay. They wouldn't need approval from anyone. They could just do it. In order to add another one, they would need to sort of meet the specs, and our director would have to approve that. So is that, am I understanding it? Is that the nuts and bolts of it?
Is that right, Andrew?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, Councillor Reeve, that is the nuts and bolts of it.
All right, thank you for that. Councillor Fitzgerald.
You sure? Thank you, Chair Alcock. I guess in relation to Councillor Reeves' question, they wouldn't be allowed to do that because unless they were more than 100 meters apart from each other. They might serve the same food. So I'm wondering if we're overstepping our bounds here and eliminating fair competition in business by saying what people can serve and where they can serve it. Is that our place in the business world of food, to tell people what food they can serve and where they can serve it? I don't think it is. So I'd like to see that removed. And I agree with Councillor Stone that, you know, we do need to support our restaurants, and they do pay taxes more than just a refreshment vehicle license fee. So I agree with the BIA 500 meter thing, and I think it's a good thing. But further to Councillor Withy's comments, I think it's a destination for some people to come to these food trucks. You will go down anywhere, and the more there are, the more people that are there. And I know when I go out for a meal, I already know where I'm going, when I'm going for lunch or going for dinner. And there's just days where you feel like poutine. So I think all our businesses have their own business plans, and they attract their own customers. So we should kind of stay out of telling people where and when what type of food they can serve in regards to refreshment vehicles. So if I need to make an amendment to that respect, I'm happy to do so.
Okay, I'm not sure, maybe if you could clarify what that amendment would be. I may have missed something. There's something you don't support, and I need to see it.
It is the limiting of vehicles serving the same kind of food within 100 meters.
So which section is that, Andrew?
So
2.3D.
2.3D. Yes.
2.3D.
Yeah.
Now, sorry, if I could just interject. One thing that came up last year was the fact that two refreshment vehicles both sold poutine, but that was the only thing they sold that was similar. When we say like similar types of food, we're looking for that specific name. And I'll just use an example because they're here, of Thai food or smoked meat or crepes. You know, we don't want 3 crepe refreshment vehicles in one spot or one location, one property. We want people to have that variety of different food options.
So does that respond, Councillor Fitzgerald? Does that change your view at all?
Well, I don't think that's our place to tell people where they can have the refreshment vehicle. Let's go to the mayor waving her hand.
Oh,
she has to say.
Are you chairing? Would you like to chair this? Is that okay?
No, I just wanted to comment, Madam Chair, that what's before us is actually the amendment, and that's the only thing we are supposed to be discussing. And we're not that we can't discuss this other stuff, but we're bogging it down with the amendment. And the only thing in the amendment is the 500 meter radius of the BIA. So we should settle that piece first.
Or the thing in the amendment is the capping actually to 2. That's I think the amendment, isn't it? All right, we're still discussing the amendment. Crystal, this is great. I love it when you come on screen.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. I don't know if you'd like me to bring up the motion to amend, and then if there are any further comments or discussions on that matter.
That would be helpful. That would be great. I think the mayor's right. I'm getting sidetracked, and that would be helpful for me. Thank you. So moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Thompson. It is recommended that the following be added at the end of the second paragraph with the following change: a maximum of 2 refreshment vehicles per property be permitted within 500 meters of the BIA boundary. Okay, thank you for that. That's a reminder. So Councillor Armour, your comment is in with respect to this amendment. Thank you.
Yes, my comment has to do with Boston Pizza, because I believe there's currently 3 there. So by passing this now by saying 2, that we're going to make them displace somebody. So I don't know if there's maybe should be some consultation there, or if there's a grandfather clause or something that prevents us from having to displace something that's already situated in place.
So are there others who support that? I think consultation is always a good idea, not blindsiding people, but certainly I think that's a good suggestion. I don't know if you're proposing that staff direct them to do that, or.
Well, I definitely like to see them directed. I can't pass this right now because I'm forcing a hand of somebody to displace somebody from what they think they're going to have. They've left their cart there all year. So I don't think that's fair to Boston Pizza or the people who have their establishments have left them there. So
Is it possible to have a grandfather clause in this, that for those who have already had existing permissions, like Boston Pizza? I'm just going to put that out there and go to Councillor Weeb. Maybe he has something to offer.
Thanks, Chair Alcock. So again, just for clarity, the Boston Pizza property has a Boston Pizza cart and 2 others, or what is there? What are we talking about here?
I don't know. Andrew, could you please?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. So currently on the Boston Pizza property, there is a poutine cart, the crepe refreshment vehicle, and then there's the taco stop. The taco stop is more of the permanent ones. It was placed on the property a number of years ago by the owner of the property, and wheels removed. But I also believe it might be a smaller shipping container that was converted into a refreshment vehicle to serve, in this case, tacos, being the primary type of food.
So I wonder if there's any appetite to grandfather this particular property in. As we're dealing with this amendment going forward, I wonder if there's any appetite, given that they've had this arrangement for a while. Yes, Mayor Terziano.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I know this always comes up at this time of year, and we're always in a hurry to get it done because people are going to start applying for licenses. And we obviously didn't learn anything from going through this last year, or we probably would have done some consultation. And I agree. I don't disagree with Councillor Stone's amendment, because we are trying to protect our year-round businesses. But in this case, we're just trying to protect some restaurants that are in the downtown core, as if they're more special than restaurants anywhere else. I think it's high time that our staff consulted with the business community, particularly restaurants and food truck owners, to see what works best. Because we certainly heard last year that there are a lot of people that appreciate food trucks and want as many as we can get. We also have to be responsible to make sure that they're not in areas that aren't safe and they shouldn't be, and do some protection for our year-round businesses. But I'm not sure targeting just BIA businesses is the right route and ignoring others. So I think this one should be deferred and get some consultation with these people done.
Are you proposing a motion to that effect?
I think I am. I just don't know if I can when there's still an amendment on the table.
Oh, Crystal,
I have no idea.
Crystal, I'm looking for you. Can we go to this next amendment first, or do we have to deal with the other one first?
There is an amendment on the floor that
Floor.
should be dealt with, first, and then if committee would like to move on with the matter, I do believe we could postpone the amendment, but it's going to get a little bit messy when it comes back. So my recommendation would be to deal with the amendment, and then we can look at postponing the whole matter.
Okay, can I
Could we
respond?
could we withdraw the amendment?
Sorry, my problem with that is if we're dealing with the amendment, we're actually dealing with the issue. And the proposal from the mayor is to defer it, so there'll be further consultation. So I almost feel like if we're dealing with the amendment, we're actually dealing with the issue.
Could I ask for a 2-minute recess so I can determine
for
the best way
sure.
to deal with this?
I'm a big fan of a 2-minute.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, and you're, okay. Okay. Crystal.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. If I may, I think the best thing is actually what the mayor had mentioned. If committee is in agreement to withdraw the amendment at this time, then you can just postpone the report in its entirety and we can deal with it when it comes back.
Okay, I'm going to look. Oh, I see that the director has her hand up, and thank you for that, by the way. Director Maxwell.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. I just thought it was important to mention that the reason we brought this report forward at this time is because last year we had several requests for 2 refreshment vehicles on the same property, and they have always been brought to council and approved by council. And the other concern that was raised last year as well was the fact that there were no requirements to license a refreshment vehicle if it was on the same property as an existing restaurant. So we have brought this report forward to address the issues that were raised last year at the previous council meeting when it was discussed. I believe it was May of last year. So the other concern that I just wanted to raise, if it's being deferred, is that the refreshment vehicles all look to get their licenses in the month of April.
By the May 24th,
can open and start operating. And so if we do defer, it could cause, significant delays to the business operators. So thank you.
And those comments are really, really appreciated. My one comment in response to that, though, is if we're changing something up and going forward with a policy or bylaw like this, and as a consequence, it changes the policy for a couple of business owners like Boston Pizza, then we're surprising a couple of businesses. So that's the part that might be a little frustrating.
Yep, Chair Alcock, I totally recognize that, but I would also note that that is the amendment that's being proposed by Councillor Stone. It wasn't what staff was bringing forward.
Right, gotcha. I
thank
see. Okay, so Councillor Stone, you had your hand up. Are you?
I did.
In light of what?
Yeah, so even if we pass it without my amendment, then they would still have to apply for a second through the director.
They would.
And potentially a third. So it doesn't help move the issue forward. I did hear rumor that they're not going to have all those food trucks on that property, but that is only a rumor at this point. But if we wanted to, nothing would be ratified until council next month, right? So if there's some research that we want staff to do, we can revisit this at our regular council meeting. But I'm just worried about 25 food trucks along John Street there. And I thought this was ultimately reasonable to allow up to 2 for each of those properties. So I don't know what you want me to do with my amendment.
I hear the issue of food trucks wanting to open by the May 24th weekend. I remember that was a significant issue for us last year. So if there's a way, if we pulled it and asked staff for a little consultation to take place with respect to a property and to maybe bring it back for council in May. So would that be something that's possible? And then that would meet, oh no, that would be post. Yeah, no, that would work. Council in April, sorry. We're only in March, right? So April. Director Maxwell.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. Can I confirm consultation with the existing refreshment vehicles or the ones that were licensed last year and the property owners that they were licensed with, or all restaurant owners? Because I believe the mayor had mentioned that she felt that all restaurant owners in Huntsville should be consulted, which is a pretty significant undertaking. So I'm not sure if that's how much consultation you're looking for.
Your Worship, how much consultation did you propose? Were you proposing?
I'm not proposing to consult with every restaurant owner in town. I think my comment was more to, it's not proper to just favor BIA restaurants over other restaurants when we start drawing a circle. I didn't have a problem with the maximum of 2 per property. I think it's all right. When we start doing the 500-meter radius to protect whatever 6 restaurants are in the BIA, but we're not talking about any protections or anything for any other restaurant in town, I think we're being a bit biased. So that's the part of the 500-meter radius I don't like. I prefer to just do the 2 restaurants per property, cap it at that, and that's it. You don't get a third one anywhere, and you don't have to worry about the 500-meter radius.
Right. And if in the one case where there is a third, there's always a way to appeal to council or, whatever, if that's the case. So how does that sit up, Councillor Stone?
I would be thrilled with that. It would be encompassing for the whole municipality, up to a maximum of 2 food trucks per property, and just leave it at that.
Perfect. Is that what your amendment said? Your amendment doesn't say that, does it?
No, because I worried that
can we revise
maybe there would be want for a cluster someplace else. So I didn't want to prevent that in my protection of the BIA restaurants. So I'm happy to go with the mayor's suggestion that it just be the whole municipality. You can have up to a maximum of 2 refreshment vehicles per property.
Okay. All right, so we're then still dealing, Crystal.
Chair Alcock, I would be happy to assist.
Thank you. Oh, I love that word.
At this point, we do have a motion on the floor. And I am hearing an amendment, or there's an amendment on the floor. I'm hearing an amendment to that amendment, which is allowed.
Yep.
So just procedurally, before I pull it up, there is a second motion to amend. So that would have to be agreed upon. Then the original amendment would come up, and then you would vote on the final motion to amend. So there's actually going to be 3 votes.
Okay, can you put the first one up for me, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, moved by Mayor Terziano, seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that the following be further added at the end of the second paragraph with the following change: a maximum of 2 refreshment vehicles per property, and with the deletion of be permitted within 500 meters of the BIA boundary. Okay, everybody can see that. Any comments or questions with respect to that amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor? I think that's passing. That passes. Yes, it does pass. All right, that's great. On to number 2. I should have asked any opposed while you're going to number 2. Are there any opposed to that last one? Okay, all right. Second motion. All right, so we have a motion to amend moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Thompson. It is recommended that the following be added at the end of the second paragraph, the following change: a maximum of 2 refreshment vehicles per property be permitted. Okay, perfect. All those in favor? And that carries. And I'm not seeing, I think we've lost Councillor Thompson, by the way. All right, perfect. Now do we go back to the main? Councillor Fitzgerald.
If we lost Councillor Thompson, should he be on that amendment?
Was he? Did I just read that?
I think so.
Uh-oh. That's a good point. I hadn't realized that he was, oh, he was, that's right. He originally seconded that. Uh-oh. Do I have to redo that? Is there someone else who would second that amendment? Yes, Councillor Wiebe would. Could we just replace Councillor Thompson's name with Councillor Wiebe without me having to go back and rereading it?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. And thank you for noticing that, Councillor Fitzgerald. Very astute. All right, back to the original. Oh, there's Councillor Thompson. We just deleted you from the motion, Councillor Thompson, because we weren't sure if you were there. My apologies. Okay, main motion as amended, moved by Councillor Stone and seconded by Councillor Thompson. I think he's still with us. It is recommended that delegation of authority bylaw 2021-17 be amended to give the Director of Development Services the authority to approve the operation of more than one refreshment vehicle on the same property once an approved and completed refreshment vehicle license has been submitted to the town and meets the criteria outlined in bylaw 2017-111 as amended on an annual basis for the May to October term of the refreshment vehicle license. And further, that committee approved the bylaw amendments made to bylaw number 2017-111 as attached to report development 2022-44 with the following change: a maximum of 2 refreshment vehicles per property be permitted. And further that the amending bylaws be forwarded to council for final approval. We'll call the question. Oh, Councillor Wiebe.
But that, thank you, that doesn't preclude someone from applying to have a third, and it would come to this committee, correct?
I would certainly not. I think that it doesn't preclude, right? Director Maxwell, if someone wanted to, they could certainly come forward. Right, I'm seeing nods of yes in favor of that. All right, any other questions? All right, call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you, everybody, for that. That was much harder than I thought. Okay, we're moving on to 6.4.3 and back to you, Andrew, with report number development 2022-45 administrative monetary penalty bylaw, or AMP. And we have a motion. I should read it. It has been moved by Mayor Terziano, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It is recommended that committee approve the draft administrative monetary penalty bylaw attached as Appendix A to report development 2022-45, and further that the bylaw be forwarded to council for final approval. Over to you, Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this administrative monetary penalty, or AMP bylaw, is a new bylaw, and the draft bylaw outlines a process for the staff issuing an administrative monetary penalty. It doesn't change the way we do things now. If anything, it's going to assist us in gaining compliance with bylaws. The issuing of an administrative monetary penalty is quite simple. It is the same process as writing out a ticket. The only difference is the person getting the ticket does not need to be standing in front of you. The Municipal Act gives the municipality authority to complete these with pertinent information outlined on the administrative monetary penalty, and we can send it through the mail. Now, just like getting a ticket, there is a process, and I don't like to use the word dispute, but I will, for someone to dispute the administrative monetary penalty. It's a two-step process. There first is a screening officer who will be notified of an individual who has received an AMP, and they will look at the ticket, look at the AMP. They will make sure that it's filled out properly, and it is very clear as to what it is for, and it does follow the process and outline the pertinent information as stated in the Municipal Act. The next step, if the person is not content with that, there is another step, which is a hearings officer, which is a little more detailed, and we would have to basically have someone from outside the municipality sit, if you will, in like a committee style hearing. If you can imagine court, this person would basically be not a judge, but similar to that position of sitting there and hearing both sides of the story, if you will. That decision is final. Whatever the hearings officer decides, and there's a couple options for them, but they can, have the ticket removed, have the AMP removed and have it go away, or have it stay, and the person who received it still needs to pay. I think that's all I want to highlight. So if there's any questions, I'm here.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any questions of Andrew on that particular proposal? Andrew, what I think what I liked about this, it keeps it out of the courts, and the costs actually could go down. And if I'm right.
Yeah, yes, Madam Chair. So it keeps it out of the courts. It keeps the town is not required to hire legal services to represent us, to defend it. Everything is in-house. The only cost would be for the hearings officer, which we kind of envisioning being someone who has maybe a little more knowledge of the law than just a regular person on the, in the municipality. So maybe even someone like a paralegal who's maybe working their way to become a lawyer, but still, has more knowledge of the law.
And it's a more, there's definitely a room for appeal, and that's still good.
Yeah, that's correct. We didn't want to take away the person's right to appeal, who doesn't agree with the administrative monetary penalty that they've received.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, so I'm not seeing any. All right, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you for that, Andrew. And we're back to you with 6.4.4. This is for information only, so I don't have a motion. And it is with respect to an update on departmental bylaw review.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this report is exactly that, for information. This is kind of where we are in our bylaw review, and an updated list of bylaws to be reviewed. It has been changed in the past. The one thing I do want to point out was that the noise bylaw that we did a few years ago from start to finish took a year. We did 2 public consultations, looking for public input, obviously, and changing the bylaw, then going back and changing it again, calling around to other municipalities and looking at their bylaws and physically asking, how does this section work for you? Does it, doesn't it? In their bylaw, if it was something that we thought we could use here in Huntsville. Again, the report is for information, so I'm just here to answer any questions.
Okay, appreciated. Are there any questions with respect to this report? Okay, you're off the hook, Andrew, because the next item. Thank you for all of that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we're going to move right along to 6.4.5, and Lauren, you are up with report number Development 2022-46, the Community Branding Strategy RFP Award, and again, it's for information only.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. So this report is an update on the completed RFP process for the Community Branding Strategy. As the overall highest scoring, the proponent TWG Communications has been selected. Project partners have been asked if they can contribute the remaining funds to assist with the cost of the project. And in the essence of time and also connection with the wayfinding strategy, if no other funding is obtained from community partners, other divisional savings will be used to offset the overage. So if there's any questions, I am here and available to answer.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any questions of Lauren? Good to have that going. I'm not seeing any. So Lauren, thank you. And with that, we'll move to the next item, which is 6.4.6, the report number Development 2022-15, Use of Municipal Lands, BIA Sidewalk and Patio Policy. But I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Fitzgerald to chair this particular item because I was hoping to speak to it.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. All right. This report outlines proposed policy to permit and regulate the use of municipal sidewalks in the downtown BIA for temporary patio cafes and retail displays. The Director of Development Services or designate the delegated authority to enter into agreements with any necessary parties related to the expansion or creation of patio, retail display, or art installation occupying a sidewalk for business purposes, as long as they adhere to all the relevant legislation, obtain all agency required approvals, and any other conditions the town deems necessary to safely operate an outdoor patio, cafe, or retail display. And further, that bylaw 2021-17, being a bylaw to delegate authority, Development Services Division Schedule F be amended to reflect this delegation. And further, that the sidewalk patio policy, PS 2006-19 be hereby rescinded, and further that the fees and charges bylaw 2021-88 be amended to include permit fee of $250 for sidewalk patio cafe and $100 for a retail art display. And further that the amending bylaws be forwarded to council for final approval. And I believe Lauren would like to speak to this.
Yes, thank you, and through Councillor Fitzgerald. So this policy is an amendment to the sidewalk patio policy in 2006. The insurance requirement has been in place since 2006, and in 2010 was amended to increase from 2 to 5 million. We have heard with the new expanded sidewalks downtown, the businesses are looking to utilize the sidewalks for temporary seating and displays. And therefore this policy was updated to be proactive by creating a more equitable application process. Any events sponsored by the BIA or chamber, such as Sidewalk Sale or Maple Fest, would include use of sidewalks through a seat application. So the main things to emphasize is that this policy is to help ensure ease of travel and accessibility for all pedestrians, establish insurance coverage for sidewalk use, and maintain the aesthetics of streetscape. So when it comes to the travel and accessibility for all pedestrians, we actually would like to amend to note that accessibility and path of travel includes wheelchairs. And then for insurance coverage, after additional discussions with our insurance provider, we can amend to 2 million for those that do not sell alcohol and keep us 5 million for those that do sell alcohol. And then again, so there's some feedback from the BIA that was received and reviewed, and some questions that can help be answered are that there has been a policy in place since 2006 with insurance requirement. It just did not include retail displays. This amendment was an attempt to be proactive. And then in regards to BIA COVID recovery, the delegated authority in 2020 and 2021 was only temporary for the patios. So now in the recovery stage, it's beneficial to have a regulated process for applying for a patio cafe on the sidewalk if a business wants to use one. So permit fee was also added there to compensate for staff time. However, council may choose to waive this fee. And anything that requires construction would follow the building code and all other agency requirements. So if it's a temporary patio or use of a parking space that did not include construction, but did not want to remove barriers daily, it would be a deputation to council. So this allows for council to decide on the location and look of the temporary barriers. So that's just something to know, and that kind of addresses some of the comments that we did receive from the BIA. But I am here to answer any additional questions that you have.
And I do see questions. I'm going to go with Councillor Stone first.
Right. Well, thank you very much. So I have some issues with this. I've spoken with staff for the past couple of days about it. So this proposal is coming before us before it's even been looked at by the BIA. The BIA got it the same day that the agenda came out, and that's a problem for me. Merchants and restaurants have been using the sidewalk in front of their businesses for 100 years without relative incident. And I personally believe that we can achieve all of the objectives in this policy through a bylaw without requiring the make work project of filling out permits and getting approvals. It all can be done through the bylaw. Even like I'm talking about maintaining 1.8 meters of a passable sidewalk in front of the business, and having the insurance or proof of insurance. But having the businesses have to fill out a permit in order to put out a table with some stuff on it is ludicrous to me. So I believe we should defeat this motion and ask for staff to bring back the bylaw. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Anyone want to respond to that, or?
If I may, through you, Chair Alcock, or sorry, Fitzgerald, just to note, if it is a bylaw, that would include ticketing enforcement. So we do have a chief bylaw officer here to speak to that too, if you have additional questions on that.
Director Maxwell, you have some comments to add to this?
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. I do, if you don't mind. When staff were discussing whether or not we needed to have a policy in order to address things, it really was spurred by the thought and the intent of many of the merchants and restaurants downtown, all recognizing that they thought they would be putting more or new things out on the sidewalk now that it was being expanded. We do know of at least 3 of the restaurants that are planning to put in patios. And they're going to be significant patios. They're not necessarily just 1 or 2 tables. So we felt it was an appropriate time to review the existing patio policy and then also see what else we should be doing. So part of the process that our economic development officer went through was review what other municipalities are doing in the same regard and how everybody else is addressing it. And this is what we've come up with. It's a compilation of best practices from many different municipalities in Ontario. And everyone seems to regulate the use of their sidewalks to a certain extent. So we do not intend for this to be onerous by any stretch of the imagination. And when our insurance company confirmed that there was a differentiation between patios that served alcohol and every other use, so because I know that was a huge concern that we heard from the BIA with the cost of the insurance. But all we want to do is make sure that everybody is using the sidewalks appropriately, and that we aren't going to have to go out and tell people to move their stuff and take it away and cause issues from that perspective as in a more confrontational manner than having them to submit what they want to do, where they want to put it, and then having us approve it. I recognize that the businesses may find it onerous, but it really is meant to be a simple, streamlined process that's a 1-page request of what they want to do. That's all we were really looking for. So thank you.
You have a follow-up, Councillor Stone?
I'll hold my comments to hear what others say.
All right. Deputy Mayor Alcock, you're up next.
Thank you for that, Councillor Chair Fitzgerald. I think Councillor Withey was, but that's okay. I'm slipping in right before him anyway. I wanted to speak to this, and I appreciate actually all the comments that both Lauren and Director Maxwell have made, and I appreciate the fact that you were trying to be proactive, and that's great. Having said that, I think that my wish would be that we would defer this for a month until the next meeting, and with the direction that to Councillor Stone's comment, the BIA didn't have enough time to consult on this, and I really think that it would be helpful if Lauren, if you presented to the BIA board and said this is exactly what our intent was, and work with them and try and get a sense of what they think would be the right thing, because I think some of the things that you've raised are certainly issues that could come up now that we've got this wider, beautiful sidewalk, and we want to make sure that it's organized. But I also concur with Councillor Stone that I don't think we've had a lot of issues in the past, but then again, we're going to have different requests now. So to me, I think we need to give you guys some time to dialogue with the BIA so that you know that when you come back to us, you're going to have their support, as opposed to, I don't feel comfortable passing this knowing that that consultation hasn't. So I would propose that that we defer this and ask that there be further consultation with the BIA. And at that point, given what that consultation leads to, that you could come back.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Alcock. I'll go to Councillor Withey, and then if we decide we want to make an amendment, then we'll decide at that point. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Nancy, or Deputy Mayor, for jumping in front of me, because you said exactly what I was going to say. I would second that amendment to defer. I'm glad there was a change on the liability limit required by other than non-restaurants. And I can probably say safely, certainly any one restaurant that I insure, they already have 5 million anyway, so it's not likely going to be a change to their existing coverages and costs. So I'm good. I think we can't spring this on people like this without giving them time to digest and discuss. So I'm all for the deferral. I'll second it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Withey, and I apologize for maybe taking questions out of order. It's sometimes hard to see which hands came up first, so don't take it personally. I will go to Councillor Weave and allow him to speak on this, and I don't know if we're going to go to amend or
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Just quickly, I agree with the deferral. I would actually even float the idea that maybe for the next year, we set out just a best practices brochure or pamphlet on parameters and let everyone do what they want to do. And if we think that we need to create parameters and laws, etc., then I think we address it. But I don't know. I'm more inclined to say, this is what kind of we hope to expect. Have a great summer, and we'll talk in the fall.
Thanks for those comments, Councillor Weed. Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. Just a quick clarification. When we talk about sidewalk or buildings, you say 1 meter from the building must maintain 1.8 meters of sidewalk. Does that limit the, should we be mentioning the size of the patio or the display itself? So it doesn't encroach into someone else's area? Like, I just don't know if that's, or is that just a given?
Who would like to respond to that question?
Through you, Chair Fitzgerald, that would be what's like the 1.8 meters in front of the building that they have of their property. So if it's like the chairs or the display, that's where it would fall under. And if Director Maxwell has anything else to add, I will let her jump in.
She doesn't, I don't believe. And Councillor Armour, you're satisfied with the answer there? Okay. To Mayor Terziano.
Thank you, Chair. I support deferring it. I think that safety should be considered a huge issue in our downtown. I think safe passage for pedestrians and wheelchairs and scooters need to be considered. But we also want to be vibrant and active. And I think the $2 and $5 million insurances are right. I would be happy to waive all fees for it. And I think consultation with the BIA board, but also because you've identified 3 specific restaurants that are looking to have patios, and make a conversation with each of them as to their requirements and what the pros and cons of what we're proposing to do would be, so that we get them on board before we actually do it. And that's what I'd like to see. And I think that if time's of the essence, again, if you want to bring it back directly to the April Council, I'd be fine with that.
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. So what I'm hearing is deferral. And can I have Crystal up? So I have a motion to postpone moved by Nancy Alcock, seconded by Tim Withy. It is recommended the report DEV 2022-15 use of municipal lands BIA sidewalk and patio policy be postponed to allow further review and consultation with the BIA board. Any further comments or questions? Ms. Maxwell?
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. Just to note that the existing sidewalk policy that's in place would continue to be in place, and so that the restaurants that are looking to install patios would fall under that policy moving forward until such time as there's a new policy. So if they choose to move ahead in the month of April before we bring this back to council, they would be under our existing policy, just so everyone's aware.
Thank you. Crystal.
Thank you. If I could just ask for further clarification. So this is just being postponed to the next meeting. Am I hearing that you want to actually refer this to council in April, or are you okay postponing this to the next general committee meeting? And I don't know if that might be a question for Director Maxwell.
Director Maxwell, does our current policy allow people enough leeway to accomplish what they want to accomplish before our next meeting? Do we need to move it to council, or do you think we should move it to general?
I think it would be appropriate to have it brought to council for the end of April, please. Yeah.
Thank you.
So if I could just pull up, it's actually just slightly, I don't even have to pull it up, just slightly change. It's actually just going to be referred to council then.
Okay. So I read the first motion and motion to postpone. All in favor? And That is carried. Thank you, everyone. Would you like the chair back?
Oh, please. Well, not really, but that's okay. I will take it.
Enjoy.
Thanks very much for doing that, Councillor Fitzgerald. Appreciate it. So we are moving on to item 6.4.7. And this time, as I should have thanked Lauren for your contribution in the last two, but we now have Mr. Nagy, who is going to speak to us about the building department relocation needs. And I do have a motion. Before me, it has been moved by Councillor Fitzgerald and seconded by Councillor Stone, whereas staff have deemed it effective to use existing office space and create a meeting room on the second floor. And now therefore, it is recommended that committee approve all expenses related to this initiative to be funded through the building department stabilization fund, and further that the cost shall be not exceed a total of $40,000. So with that, I would turn it over to Christopher.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Alcock. Just wanted to highlight some quick notes related to the report. So in response to COVID and staff changes, the building department has relocated and expanded into different areas on the second floor, which has left staff to be segregated in different offices. By the sheer nature of our roles within the department, a more collaborative work environment is encouraged. The proposal provided today will not only support this work model, but will provide staffing areas for positions that are currently required to work remotely due to the lack of office space. Further, with the relocation of building staff, this opens up an opportunity to reestablish a meeting room on the second floor. I'm sure council can agree that although advancements with online meeting platforms are useful, meetings surrounded certain items such as development are easier done in person when physical drawings are a topic of discussion. With respect to cost, I wanted to mention that the project amount in the report will not only include the required furniture, but will also include service alterations such as networking, electrical, as well as any room improvements such as painting, millwork removal, or alterations. With this project being funded through the Building Stabilization Reserve, there will be no effect to the levy or approved 2022 budget lines within other departments. Please, at this time, I'd be happy to take any further questions.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions on this proposal? Yes, Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. A quick question, Chris. So is this, I'm just looking at the drawings, these office solution, are these brand new components for these office sectional things?
Yeah, so through you, Deputy Mayor Alcock, to kind of give you a background on it. So internally, there's been a change in departmental location, as in IT has actually moved downstairs. So there's an opening on the second floor that is much larger. So we are looking to utilize that space. So in purchasing 5 new cubicle spaces for building staff to utilize. So you are correct that the proposal that's attached is the office space with 5 new workstations.
If I could follow up, I see that it's Lake Country Office Solutions. Is this something that you look for competitive pricing on? I mean, I have to say, I've looked at these things for my own offices and they're really expensive. Like, I'm surprised at this price. Or I was wondering if you're repurposing other stuff, but apparently not.
No. Yeah, so through you, we are going through our procurement policy and we are looking at several quotes. probably my error in that I didn't blank out the that company directly. However, we have consulted with them as one of the providers and have an idea of what their product would cost. So yeah.
Yeah, I guess my concern was it looked like you didn't have enough money in this budget, but anyway.
If you want to up it to 100, like we could do that right now. You guys are the driving force.
Well,
are you proposing an amendment, Councillor Withey?
Well, Chris is extra work himself. He should be rewarded somehow.
All right, thank you for that. I believe Mayor Terziano, you had your hand up.
I think Chris answered it through Tim's question. I was just trying to figure out if the space that you're redoing is the old IT space on the second floor. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Thanks for that. And does that mean, Chris, that the old boardroom then you'll be able to take back and use as a boardroom space? Is that right? On the second, so that becomes a real boardroom again.
Exactly. Yeah. So, and to you, yeah, that's really something that we're looking to utilize, especially on this floor, right? With developers coming in and everything and drawings to get that kind of in-person meeting space again. Yep.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay. Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Mr. Nagy. All right, with that, we are moving to our last of development services, and that is 6.4.8, report number development 2022-50, floating accommodations, Ministry of Northern Development, Mines, Natural Resources, and Forestry. And I do have a motion that had been moved by Councillor Schumacher, so I'm changing that out and putting in Councillor Fitzgerald. So moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Thompson. It is recommended that report development 2022-50 be forwarded to the Ministry of Northern Development, Mines, Natural Resources and Forestry in response to the request for comments on floating accommodations on behalf of the town of Huntsville. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Director Maxwell.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. As noted in the report, the Ministry of very long MND, MNRF now has sent out a request for input based on some concerns that have been raised in quite a few other jurisdictions in regards to floating accommodations. As noted in the report, it's a bit of an interesting subject in that there's a distinction in between whether or not these structures should be considered vessels or actually structures, and something that could be regulated through the zoning bylaw. So as it stands now, we wouldn't normally regulate anything that's floating on water from that perspective, and that we would consider it to be a vessel. So basically, we are just recommending that the province consult further and look at whether or not they're going to legislate it. And if they are going to legislate it, we'd like to make sure that they provide us with an opportunity for input. Since the report was written, the ministry has actually reached out to staff, and we will be consulting with them. We have a meeting set for Friday morning, and then there's another meeting next week so that we can have multiple staff attend and participate and just see what the ministry thinks they're going to do and what they're looking at moving forward. But I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Okay, thank you for that. And I noticed Councillor Withey put his hand up even before you had finished speaking. So he's keen.
Well, someone else will get picked before me anyway, but that's why I jump on it.
Good plan.
It's usually you, but you're the chair, so I'm safe. This is really interesting stuff. I mean, I've been reading about it in the news. I don't know if how many of you have seen this. There's one out in Georgian Bay area that's built out of old shipping containers. I mean, it's interesting that they're jumping on this too. So I think that it's great that we're being informed and keep going. But it's a head scratcher for me, I have to say. Obviously, there's issues with the environment and waste and all that stuff. But where they go, how big they become, and how they move. Anyway, it's really interesting. But thank you for this. Sorry, I really didn't have a heck of a lot to say.
No comment. I I agree with you, though. I think I'm really glad that we are engaged, Director Maxwell. Thank you. So I thought I saw another hand. Maybe not. There was another. Oh, Councillor Fitzgerald.
You did see my hand. Thank you, Chair Alcock. I put it back down, but you prompted me to go. So it's interesting. The new MDMNRF is being proactive in reaching out to us and asking for our comments and concerns, and then reached out to us again. So that's promising. I guess my thought process, I had a discussion with Director Maxwell, and is they're referring to floating structures that are really vessels, not attached to land. We were trying to discern whether that was the case or not. And we ended up having a discussion about homes attached to land. Out west, it's done all the time. Granted, they're on bigger bodies of water. And I don't know how they deal with I do know how they deal with wastewater and that kind of thing. But we have all these housing strategies that we can't seem to attain. So it's interesting how that may provide some solutions to the problems that we have here. So I guess I'm curious to see where this goes, is what I can say. Thank you for allowing me to comment.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting. I know that in Toronto, the Toronto Island, they have quite a community of houseboats, basically. So you've raised an interesting subject matter, Director Maxwell. We're all keen. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And hopefully I'll get through this question before I lose it again, but I'm having trouble visualizing what this might look like. Are we talking like about a houseboat, or what exactly would this thing look like, or these things look like? It's not a boat. It's a structure on a raft. Like what is?
I'm going to let Director Maxwell respond to you, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you.
Thank you. It could be a houseboat, literally, or something much more substantial. I know that the structure or the vessel that Councillor Withey mentioned is multiple shipping containers all attached to each other that are towed by a tugboat or a barge to different locations, and people are living in it year round in Georgian Bay right now. So it's a whole multitude. Just about anything that you could live in that floats would count. So
okay, Councillor Thompson, a follow-up? Uh-oh. I can see your frustration, Councillor Thompson. You've frozen. So in the meantime, I will go to Councillor Weeb, and as soon as you come back, you can follow up.
Thank you, Councillor Alcock. No, I'm just going to say that this is a reaction to housing and affordability. We're seeing it in the San Francisco area. It's down in the Florida, Key West area for sure for a while. Yep. So these things are popping up as a reaction to saying, I don't really have a choice. So what are my options? So you will see houseboats, you'll see makeshift encampments. They're trying to get ahead of the curve to try and figure out if there's policy in place, but that's what this is.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more. Much like the RV camping all over major cities, people with RVs who park on streets, it's unbelievable the number in places like Vancouver. Anyway, I agree with you. Councillor Thompson, you're back. Did you have a follow-up that we missed?
I think yes, I dropped right off there, and I missed the answer to what the usage of this would be.
Oh, okay. The usage.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Thompson. It would be anything that you could live in that would be floating. So it could be a houseboat, but also any other sort of structure that is built on a barge or anything like of that manner.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Okay, I don't see any other questions at this point, so I will call the question. All those I have read the motion. I hope people can remember. I'm going to call it. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Director Maxwell, for all of the work today. With that, I am turning it back over to Her Worship for item number 7.
Thank you very much. And council, we are at our last agenda item, and that is from the beginning, the Clark Lake Owner Initiative for the vessel operation restriction request. And I am going to suggest, I know council had some questions and expressed some support. So I think somebody from our clerk's department is going to outline for us what's entailed now. And I'm not sure who's doing that. I suspect they'll come on the screen though. Tanya, is that going to be you or Crystal or?
I believe that is Director Yukivi.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
How did I not know that that would fall under operations? So Tarmo, do you want to walk council through what the town would need to do to facilitate this request?
I have to look into it a little bit further to follow what these steps are. The water bodies are federally regulated, so there is an application process that needs to be submitted by the town to get the designation on the lake. Once that process, we would need council's approval to move forward with that application. Once the application is with the federal government, we would stay. We would be at the mercy of the federal government getting back to us and processing that. In the meantime, we would be starting work on in terms of what the enforcement requirements are and how that would roll out. In conjunction with all of that, we would also be working on a process for the town, knowing that we're likely to see more of these requests moving into the future so that we can streamline the efficiency of taking in these kind of requests.
I take it that nobody is actually aware of quite how much work this is going to be involved, what kind of resources we're going to have to put at it, and whether or not, if they are going to continue to come forward, whether we're going to have to look at some sort of a fee for that.
That's something that we would have to investigate through development of a process related to this.
Okay, Councillor Weed.
Thank you, Worship. I would just say that if there's a motion ready, that I'd be prepared to move it that says that staff work with the Landowners Association. They seem to have their research in order, and they're keen, and they've got support from around the lake. So no better resource than a committed group of citizens. So let's harness them and let's move forward on.
Okay, I'm going to assume that Crystal will be drafting up something, and I'll go to Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be happy to second that, and I think we should maybe use this as a learning curve and determine whether the next application does require a fee and how much it will be. So yeah, it seems like it's been established long enough, and it's unfortunate records do get misplaced or they never get recorded, it seems. So, but I'm happy to support it.
CAO Corey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I wasn't sure if the clerk's department had a little bit more information with respect to process. I know prior to this file being transferred to Director Yukivi that the clerk's department did quite a bit of work on process. And I'm not sure if committee's interested in hearing that now or wanting staff to report back on the process associated with this, because based on my conversations with the clerks, it's quite substantial. So I want to make sure committee has all the information before they make a decision. I don't see anybody from the clerk's department popping up, so maybe that means they don't want to speak. Oh, there's Crystal.
Well, that's exactly what I was getting at the beginning of the meeting. I had heard from the clerks that this was going to be quite the process. So if anybody wants to enlighten the rest of the council, now's a good time. Crystal?
I'd be happy to just speak to timeline. We did hear back from a number of different people. It was quite interesting to find out exactly who looks after what. And the email that we did receive just talked to timelines and the work related to putting this through. And I think they did note it in their presentation, but this is about a 2-year project to see this through. So it is considerable staff time. So we just wanted to note that. I do have a motion prepared to potentially direct staff to come back with that process, because as I mentioned, there's quite a few different people at play. So if committee is interested in that, that's what I have prepared, but I'd be happy to change that depending on the direction committee provides.
Well, how about throw up the one you have prepared and we'll see whether council likes that or if they want something more specific. So the resolutions moved by Councillor Weeb, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald, is recommended the staff be directed to investigate and report back by the May General Committee meeting on the process and costs associated with the request for a vessel operation restriction regulation on Clark Lake. Council, are you happy to review the process before making a recommendation to go ahead? Councillor Withey.
Thank you, Worship. I think we should go ahead. I think I'm just back at their report, and they application by July 2022. It seems like the 2 years, the process is, from what I'm reading, seems to be on their end with their. I don't know that it's all town stuff, but I mean, I think it was a good submission, and I agree with it. And I think we're just going to slow everything down by trying to figure out what the processes are when it looks like it's actually in their thing here where it says submitted once a year to our office by mid-August, gives us time to work with you to fill in any gaps. Final submission, prepare to headquarters in September. We'll prepare the regulatory submission to the Treasury Board. I mean, that's all them. It doesn't seem like that's our staff. Once the application goes in, they do all this stuff where they talk about stakeholder comment period of 30 days. Comments will be reviewed. I think that's all the feds. I think we just need to throw in this application. So I don't know if there's a motion written up to do that, but that's what I would propose and support.
Okay.
Thanks.
Councillor Armour?
Yeah, I took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say the same thing. I think we need to get this process moving now because there is a time frame involved. And if there is more legwork for us, delaying by another month might put us back or put a rush on it on the end. So I think just start the process, and I think they can come back and report next month with where they are in the process.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Alcock?
Thank you. Thank you, Worship. I concur absolutely. I think that if we decided to wait another month to hear what the process looks like and how much it costs, fundamentally, I think they had a great presentation this morning, and I feel strongly that they've got a really good case. So I'd say, and it requires a municipal application. So if we wait a month, it's still the same answer for me, which is I think we should do it. So I support what I just heard.
Okay, so Crystal, it looks like council's looking for a resolution that says for you guys to start working with the group that was before us today to get an application submitted to the feds. I don't know if we can have a resolution that sort of conveys that message.
Apologies, I was just crafting as you were speaking there. I would be happy to bring this up and see if this is closer to what committee is looking for.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Weeb, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald, recommend that staff be directed to work with the Clark Lake Owners Initiative to begin the application process for a VORR on Clark Lake. I do believe that's probably closer to what we were looking for. Are the mover and seconder happy with that? Yeah. Any further questions? Councillor Armour?
Would it be okay if we just had a follow-up at next meeting and where they are at the process? Just to keep us in the loop? Is that too much to ask?
I don't think so. Okay, we can just have a verbal report back next cycle as to if they made any headway, right? Okay. All in favor of the resolution? And that carries. And with that, council, I have a resolution moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Withey. It's recommended that we do now adjourn at 2:53 p.m. All in favor of that? And that carries. Thank you, council. Thank you, staff. It was a long day, but we got through it. So have a great rest of your day.